Okay, I think I do have... Do I have a microphone working? Hello, everyone. Give me a second here, because I blew up my computer last night. Okay, I hear you in my left ear. Fantastic. That's all I ever wanted. No visual. There's no visual yet. Give me a second here. Shit. Huh. Well. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna get any visuals. 5K shares borrowed. I don't even have a morning DD written yet. I was still updating Windows. Please become stereo, Gherk. How? Why am I not stereo? I should be in stereo. Or mono? Fuck. Is that better? Discord? I, I don't even know how to change that. You can keep telling me what's wrong, but I have no idea how to fix it. So, ouch. Sess warned you about this. They're taking you down. Somewhere in your streaming software has got to be settings for mic input. You'd think. Except there isn't. I don't think the stock likes audio only gherk. It's, well, we're just coming down to the resistance right now. If we start to fall below this, it's troubling. And it hasn't been long enough for us to check the options data yet. My mic cord is pushed all the way in. What the fuck? What was the meaning of the chart you posted in Discord? Oh, I just like updated the Wyckoff model a few weeks back. Just draw yourself on the screen. I can't even do that. Show. So a lot of people are probably confused right now. I kind of blew up my computer last night by accident. It's me. I'm back. Your stream is a comedy of errors. Never change a thing. I'd like to know what the fuck's wrong with it. There's only one channel for my audio. Wait, is that working? Do we have stereo? Haha. Okay. One thing down. And we bounced. This is what a great day. Okay, so am I too quiet again? Because everything's fucked. All the perfect settings are gone. No, you sound like Elmo. That's fine. Stocks in stereo. Audio's perfect. Okay. Okay. You're only quiet when you don't speak? No shit, Sherlock. What the fuck are all the options? Chaos One, thanks for becoming along, Johnson. Hey, that works. This is a bit of a rough morning. Where did the rug go? Possible. Okay. Well, that's one problem slightly fixed. Is it time to sell CSPs? Let's see. Weekly is getting burned. Yeah. What happened to VUP? Well, they stair stepped us down overnight, and now they're shorting us this morning. Guess we'll see. Is XRT off reg show? I didn't check yet today. I like just got my computer up and running 15 minutes ago, so Matt Kors doesn't have these tech issues. That's true. You can go watch his channel if you want. I'll give a shit. Currently holding any GME. Yes. Yes, I am. Stream Matt Core's channel so we can just watch it here. I think your background noise filler is up too high. It keeps cutting out when you're quiet. I think it always does that, doesn't it? Yeah. This isn't new. It might be a little harsh, but I don't really know how to fix that. So all of my settings, all of my memes, everything lost last night in a terrible, terrible series of events. Unload your last weekly 115 seed now. Out for more games. Out for more games. No Guybrush or Sanjeet. No anything. Definitely an issue with the mic. Threshold's too high. Is that better? I don't know. That should work a little better, I think. Did you mix power supply cables? Yeah. It's good. Talk about stocks. Well, I don't know what to say right now. This doesn't look good. There we go. Seem to be holding 2750. Huh. Okay. You swap red for green? No. Why do you think RC and Chang bought in now? Why this timing? Why not? I mean, I'm not sure what price Cheng bought in at, but RC bought in at 100, which is not very expensive. They dodged most of the big FOMO, I think. Discord isn't live, Alethea. I'm working on it. Actually, this shouldn't be that hard. Okay. Is that working? No. There we go. Okay. So we have Discord audio now. Any gaps to fill from yesterday? Not in this price range. This is like the same price range we were in on Monday. No camera. I don't know why none of this shit is working. Daily gap around 125. Hmm. Okay. Well, it makes sense. I think if we come down to here, that should be sufficient for consolidation. We'll see. I mean, 2 million volumes so far. It's not like they're exactly bleeding out IV. How's the options chain look this morning? A little too soon. We'll only have orders from the very first part of the day, but I'll check. Like the first 5 minutes or so. Yesterday we had a shitload of call options. 130 puts sold. A few 135 and 120 puts. 135 puts bought, but not. It's not a significant number of them. It's just a few. This looks better. Cycle is over. Maybe. I don't know. Call interest drove right up into close. So put delta was climbing all the way into close yesterday. Or call delta. TD Ameritrade has halted any shorting of GME. Ooh. That's exciting. Today's consolidation day. I mean, yesterday was a consolidation day. Today's a bit of a dip. We're down 7% from close yesterday. Yeah, everyone needs to relax, first of all. Only time will tell, right? Maybe RC is just letting them get SSR to trap them. What do you mean RC's letting them? What? What do you think he is, a fucking wizard? Tesla dead. I don't know, Victor. I could give a shit less this morning. I hope so. Jeez, our volume's high. A little bit of a reversal in trend here. BBBY might do something, but we'll see. Have you been rowing more often? Yeah, yes. Cat wants to test T25 again. Yeah, Cat's actually have it was holding pretty strong yesterday too. Just like right above that resistance at 220.25. And I didn't rage quit. This is just fucking bullshit. No daily DD today. No. I just got my computer up and running right before the stream. When covered call? I'm not sure yet. Soon. I mean, we're turning around right now, so not right now. What do you think will happen if we break 150? It gets a little crazy after 140, honestly. That's why they were fighting so hard for that number into close yesterday. Is to try to keep that hedge down. Are they shorting BBBY? It didn't even run with GME. There's no reason for it to run with GME right now, but yeah, they are shorting it. like call interest over there has been picking up like crazy, and the price has been coming down. Okay, so like a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. This looks good. Bullish. XRT still reg showed. Go check. I'm not sure. I just got my camera up and running this morning. Or my computer. I don't think I have some of my bookmarks. Yeah, XRT still reg showed yesterday. Did you fry your new camera? I don't even have my new camera set up yet. I still have my old one. Coffee. All right, let's see if that does it. Hey, it's me. Sort of. Still great. Well, it's still the same piece of shit camera. But at least we got something going, right? If anybody's curious as to the current state of my computer. There. You like my cable management, guys? What's our borrow rate? I have no idea. I'm actually not bad with computers. I didn't know that modular cables were different. So I just used my SATA power cable for from my old power supply. And I was like, fuck it, it's 6-pin, whatever. I plugged it in and it fucking blew up my hard drive. Which took me 8 hours to diagnose as I backtraced myself through the boot, to find out what was shorting the power supply. Because I had it daisy chained, and so it would fucking boot anyway. And then when the hard drive went, when the platter went to spin up, it fucking just shut everything down. Don't get me started. RIP DD library. No, fortunately for me, I have that backed up, but RIP a bunch of shit. Daisy chained? So it's like the power cables with multiple connections. If you have something connected before them, it won't recognize the short unless it's just connected to the hard drive. So I had my fans plugged into the same power cable as the hard drive. And so the fans were letting it skip over and boot, but the hard drive wasn't spinning up. Don't get me started. It was bullshit. But I still have I have a M2 drives, but I still have a hard disk drive because it holds more shit. You say it's 2022, but NVMe SSDs don't hold that much data. You're 4 terabytes. Do you want me to call Geek Squad for you? If you could. Spinning hard drive? Oh no, a component failed. I blew the 12 and 5 volt TSVs out of my hard drive. So I'm gonna go hunt eBay later today and see if I can find a new PCB for it. I have all kinds of data. I have memes, various high definition GIFs. What are we seeing for dark pool? Let me check. Not that that's a quantifiable measure of anything to do with the stock going up or down, but I'll check. %53.2%. So a little lower than yesterday. Ten terabytes of Stefan pics. Is Guybrush gone? No. But he's not going to be here today. Did I lose any crypto? No. How does it feel to have more viewers than TD America's all-day education web seminar that's been advertised for months? Sounds like they advertised to the wrong place. Sad. I don't understand anything you're talking about, and I thought I was smooth-brained in the stock market. Don't try to replace your PCB yourself. That's a bad idea. Send it to a recovery firm. Why? It's just like a shitty Seagate drive. There's no soldering. You just fucking slap a new PCB on there. Don't lie, we all know you got terabytes of calf videos stored for your Only Dan's account, just in case things go south. XRT still on threshold. How long after they clear does it take for it to fall off? Usually the same day. What about your awesome outro? Still there. Ooh, I don't like that. Where are FTDs from today? Feb 3rd? Any drive of the same type and model should work. Closer in rev code, the better. Fidelity Chat just told me if I had all my assets held in cash, I would get 8 million buying power. That's a lot of cash secured puts. Yeah, it is. Did we see any deep in the money puts come in? Nothing yet. Nothing deep in the money. At the money, yeah. 1.1 million in 130 puts, but they kind of look sold. $135 puts being bought, but only $800,000 worth. I'd say the battle's kind of continuing. Where will the FTDs that were created with yesterday's volume T plus 9 plus 35 days from now, or T plus 2 plus 35 days, depending on which side it was created on? Thank you for teaching us to take profits. 6 months ago, I would have let my April 14s right into today, and I'm very glad I sold them yesterday. You're welcome, man. This is why you should DRS your files. Possibly. Did you sell any of your in the money calls today? I have staggered stop losses all the way down to like 125. So I'm maintaining like basically the same profit across. But I'm already out of a lot of my calls yesterday. Cost basis more than covered. Well, see you next quarter. Maybe. Adamant did a huge post called the Gamma Squeeze, and then no one is freaking out about options. Good for Adabit. What's your strategy with your open June calls? I've been closing them the whole time. I have them set at various stop losses on the way down, or stop limits. So sick of the toxicity of SS. If everyone heard you, we would be on the move by now. This looks like a sweet intraday cup and handle forming. Does it? It looks like several breakdowns in price. Like, let's not lie to ourselves because of bullishness. All right, this is how people get fucking burnt. All right, I might be bullish as fuck, but yeah, we have stair step down in several intervals from our test of 150. Where is that? Oh man, that's gonna be a bitch. This is not bullish, right? This is a breakdown of the consolidation, which kind of ends right there. And we've just started breaking down from that point. So don't trick yourself into thinking that this is going to keep ripping, because for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's not. It may. Like, I'm risking a little on that, but I'm not risking everything on it just, bouncing out of nowhere and coming back up when it looks like the vast majority of their obligations have been covered. We had almost $80 in price improvement over 2 days. I mean, that's more than an OPEX run has been since February of last year. So, do you ever sell shares or just hold them? I just hold them. There's no reason to sell them, right? You just sell covered calls. If you really need to generate income from your shares, if you don't need the income, then you just do whatever you want with them. Isn't there ETF still rebalancing today? Yeah, and IJR or IJH has its dividend today as well. So there's still things going on that can drive price action, but they may not be sufficient. We've already seen a lot of price action. Most stocks don't go up $80 in 2 days. Can you like replug your mic or something? I can't. I know there's some issues with it right now, but I'm gonna have to fix it later. What are your thoughts of an FTD squeeze in the next couple of months on PPBY? We're still waiting to see if it pops up on the reg show threshold list. If it doesn't, we're waiting to see if we get we're waiting for that FTD report from the SEC in 6 days. I am a CC god. Congratulations, Carl. Any mic issues are minimal. Okay. Thank you. The quants are making you proud over on Discord. Oh no. What are you guys doing? You have to check if you can board swap on that drive. Lots of you cannot do a board swap anymore without hackery. Needs checking before bothering. All's still going up. Did you talk about primary partnering with Bye Bye Baby? No. If they split Bye Bye Baby off though, that could be interesting. I don't like what's happening with the volume. Oh no, step quant. What are you doing stuck on the calculator? You see the cycle taking us down lower than 70? Not necessarily. We could. Although I don't think they like dropping it to those prices. Direct advice isn't even something you can give, but the knowledge that you have dropped hasn't been in vain. I'm not the new DFE. And not a pickle. You better let the SEC know this. You can't. I've called and spoken with the SEC already. I've spoken with a securities lawyer. Everything I do here is perfectly fine. If no one is ever gonna sell, why do people care what the price is? Don't you think people will jump ship at the first sighting of 500? They might. But if they were gonna do that, they were gonna do it anyway, man. Like, if it's a true short squeeze, it won't matter when they jump ship. Ko-Fi not displaying. Oh shit, that's right. Hold on. It's my fault. How do I add that? The media source? Did they just hit SSR? They might have. The browser source. Okay. Oh, interesting. I think oh, hey, I found it. There we go. I'll have to find my logos and stuff again. But that should be working. So that's neato. Test alert. Thanks for everything you do and helping us all through this. What are your plans for re-entry with the profits you made from selling? Are you going to use some of those for BBBY? I am. I'm also going to use some of those for GameStop. Especially if we drop to a fairly decent price. And, like, it's worth buying more. Will SSR actually make a difference today without being able to use the ETFs? A little more of an effect, yeah. Yeah, today's a rough morning, Trina. Not gonna lie. I just received word Ko-Fi bot is joining the Dans. God damn. Wait, is there a Ko-Fi bot? Is that a real thing? I don't even see it. What's the next week you should looking at obligations for potentially driving the price up? Then May? I want to say May still needs to be on the table because we don't know if this is just an anomaly and they just kicked. I mean, it looks like they just pushed OPEX forward. So we may still be on the same quarterly cycle, except they just didn't resolve obligations for an extra quarter or an extra month. So I mean, I'll definitely be watching May for signs of the next OPEX run. If not, then June. What price do we have to close for a good gamma squeeze? We probably need to close Friday out above like 140. You're my favorite shill pickle, man. Much love. Thanks, dude. Hey, it's Ko-Fi bot. Well, that's cool. I have a chat bot. Everybody, welcome your new mod, Ko-Fi bot. Volume high, but little price movement. How is this possible? This was like all day yesterday. High volume, and our volume isn't anywhere near as high as it was yesterday. So we have XRT still on reg show, no deep in the money puts, borrow rate is still high. Seems like there's not much outside evidence of the run ending, and yet the price is dropping. Don't forget that XRT is not the only fucking ETF. There's like 100 other ones. They could all already have their obligations cleared out. Weird moment when the only real person in the chat is Ko-Fi Bot. I wonder what RC thinks of Macy's, since Shorts took out Toys R Us and now Toys R Us has items in Macy's stores. I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's going to buy into Macy's because he couldn't buy a substantial portion of the company. It's kind of huge. Like Macy's market cap is 7.7 billion with 291 million shares outstanding. So he'd have to buy 20 million shares. $26 a share. 30 million shares almost. You'd have to almost buy 30 million shares to get even a significant ownership stake. Like, not insider, but I don't think so. I do not expect it at all, but what would you make of a close above 150 this week? I mean, that'd be insane. Second. So half a billy. Yeah, about. I know you said 70 was big, but considering how liquid the stock is, surely 224.5 million volume should have rocketed the price by more. Do we know if they dumped the dark pool volume yet? First of all, that's not all buy volume. Most of that volume's, just options flow. This is just like active hedging of options is the vast majority of the volume you're seeing. Did you see Adabit's DD about gamma ramps? Why the fuck would I read Adabit's DD about gamma ramps? I've been writing DD about gamma ramps for a year. Adabit's like 8 months. It's like he's found a time machine, but it only goes backwards 8 months and rehypothecates DD. That's already been done. Shares to borrow back at 45K. Borrow rate at 8.1%. You mean Adabit's DD that Kirk wrote a year ago? That one. Yeah, he forgot to he forgot to fucking multiply options contracts by 100. Everyone at SS is now pro options, which is super hypothetical. Hypocritical? Everyone's pro options because they saw a bunch of other people make money on options and they didn't. That's why everyone's pro options. Copy and paster, consolidator, no added value. Can't say he's influenced. It's just general plagiarism. That's supported apparently. Is Ivy dumped? Not significantly, no. Ivy's still high. Actually, I think it bumped up a little bit on this little push. No daily DD. I got my computer built 3 minutes before the stream. So if there's something you want to know, ask. That's all I got. What options are you looking at now for GME? Covered calls? Nothing right now. I'm not looking. I'm not looking at covered calls right now. I'm not looking at calls. I'm just waiting to see what happens. Can you do the daily TA? Yeah. 1 second. I'll post the daily DD right now. What episode is today? Day 19.3? 19.2? There we go. Daily DD's up. 19 re 19Q. Will you name one of your post OS gatos view op? Probably. Listen to my first Wall Street Bets Reddit call. It was horrible. AMC pumpers with 3K shares who didn't even know the float. People claiming to be whistleblowers. Thank you for your daily DD. And one of my ko-fis from this morning, you'll find some good advice for preventing future missed posts. Spot on analysis, Garrick. Your work is appreciated. Thank you, Ty. If 1,000 neckbeards ready to drop everything to be your guy in the chair, please stop trying to tech support yourself. Let us fix your camera. Let us fix your camera. Let us fix your computer. Let us fix you. Oh boy. I'm trading on my 3 GB e-machines from high school. What's your excuse? I like my camera like I like my coffee. Black and white. Glad you're visible. Thanks, man. What do you think he's a fucking wizard going on a shirt with RC's face when we hit 741 a share? Thank you guys. Your futures DD is astounding. I can't believe the data included. Bullish as fuck. I'm glad somebody got around to reading it. Baron says the run was due to Cohen's buy-in. Sure. I don't know how you keep saying the runs are done. I keep going to the toilet 3 times already this morning. Can we get another good old brigade? It's been a while. I don't understand how the utilization of the share function in Reddit is brigading. Let's be honest, you compromised out a bit to shill options so that RSS buys your covered calls. At least I got to him before computer share, right? That's on TJX. Looks like a pretty massive upwards potential. And TJX will never die. TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Home Goods. Huh. Jesus, they have a massive float though. 1.19 billion shares. Interestingly, very similar runs to GameStop. Although hedged early. Just curious. It's almost on an inverse cycle. Oh, I think this is so there's another basket of like retail shit that's shorted. I think this might be in it. But because of the massive float, the moves aren't very significant. Like it doesn't even when it runs a lot, it's like $13. So it's probably a little too liquid to make a lot of money off of. You please check BBBY August 19 $24 call. What about it? What am I checking? Tell me what you want me to check on it. Code black. The last run has brought more attention to the perfectly natural, violent upward price movement possible with this GME. If they let this get too low, folks will buy it up that now know. Yeah. If they crush IV again, people are gonna flood into options. They're gonna flood into leaps. It's not good for them. People with less experience are more likely to diamond hand the calls. Who's got more wrinkles? RC playing 12D chess or PiFi trying to figure out how to front run computer share? Check AMD. Why? It's doing good. It bounced nice. Nice bounce. Yesterday had like an okay entry opportunity in the morning, but not much since then. I really don't like 120. It's kind of risky, and then with issues with like TSMC, um, yeah, I'd stay away from it at least till their merger is done. I'd stay away from 120. I love 115. 110's great. 105 are all really good entry prices. People personally talked. I find hilarious that most peaks at something crazy like 10K or whatever. SS folks will still call it crime that it didn't reach whatever phone digit number they decided. Yeah. I mean, GameStop at $10,000 a share is like the biggest fucking company in the world. Um, by a long shot. Just finished my limerick. When's the contest again? Next St. Patrick's Day. Cat calls for Jan. Hmm. Maybe. Like as more of a long-term investment, I don't hate it. What price are you thinking though? Seems DDS is dead for now. Mm, yeah, I mean this is probably the peak at like 300 for this run. They have a dividend soon, I think, also, so maybe not. Should I buy back 150s? We seem to want to break up from this channel. This looks bullish right now. It's up to you, man. If you can afford to buy them all back. I mean, you definitely sold them for nothing. Cat calls in Jan at the money. Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, I even have out of the money calls on Cat right now. So I have 215s, 220s, and 225s. So um mine aren't for January, but I don't hate January. Especially if like the war picks up pace or something, like Cat's gonna push up a lot harder. Don't forget with all this like increased production in mining and natural resources, Cat's gonna get a lot of business. And their business model is phenomenal. They just rent the shit they build out. So it's like every unit they make is an asset. Correct me if I'm wrong, that generates income. Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't there two cycles, OPEX and futures rollover hedging? What if this is futures rollover hedging and OPEX is still coming soon? We aren't even T plus 2 plus C35 from OPEX. You could be correct. They could be breaking it up, yeah. It very well could be just the forwards and not the OPEX hedging. But also, you know, there's an argument to be made that this was the OPEX hedging. Shit. I don't really have an Epic pen right now because issues, but so it's like here. That could be OPEX hedging. I'm on the wrong monitor, so it's a little and this could be the futures. Any advice for someone wanting to enter a position for the next couple weeks? June at the money, wait for a dip, or is 130 chop the dip from your announcement chart? Uh, I don't know. This trend looks good right now. The kind of we're picking up a little steam. If we push back up through 132 again, we could keep climbing. I'm not sure that I like entering a position right now. I'm not. I'm not going to enter anything until probably late April, early May. Unless something crazy happens with BBBY, I might pick up some leaps. But right now, IV's through the roof. I'd want to wait for that to settle before moving back into more stuff. May 20, 200p on cat. I think it's topped out and will fall. Good idea to try to make a little on the pullback if there is one. They seem to be on a 30-day pattern. I don't know if there's going to be a pullback this time. Price is very stabilized right now. DDS dividend next week. Okay. Are they going to let us finish above 150? I mean, they're going to try not to. Is your finger on the sell trigger of that April 22nd 140 down there? It's a consideration. Gherkin. Now that Adamant is confirmed option show, what is he gonna do for Rumspringa when he's banned from RSS? Come here to mod, join the Dan Collective, or credit Swiss Fall Guy? 3.3 trillion energy bill could contain infrastructure. Still reading into it right now. Interesting. That would be relevant. Does this look similar to Feb 2021 run, where we ran to 180 and consolidated at 90-ish before ripping again? Hmm. From a timing perspective, no. This is T plus 6 later. Interesting. I think it was more that they generated so many fucking FTDs in the run. Like it was OPEX caused the beginning of the run, but then there was so much price action that like the gamma exposure from that kept driving the price up, which drives more gamma exposure. Why are puts 5 times more expensive on NRGV? Oh, there's probably a reason. $75K shares to borrow 8.1% still. Thanks, Robert. Not been able to watch. Judging from the comments, sounds like you're bearish today. Not bearish, cautious. Rightfully so. 750 billion. Close enough. Uh, when do you know if a stock has reached a stable point of support? AKA, how do you know if this 130 level is the new 100? Time? I mean, you don't. We can just hold this, right? $10 billion behind Burke A, 27% of Apple. Yeah, but without a single asset to back up that price. The difference there, Sit Coyote, is that Burke A and Apple are actually worth trillions of dollars. How likely is a 125 support test? Got a limit order there. I'm hoping gets filled. There's a gap there on the daily. It could happen. Although, we can also just leave it behind. And on the 4 hour, I'm pretty sure that gap's filled. It's just ignoring after hours price movement. Cardboard box. When do you know if a stock has reached a stable point of support? AKA, how do you know if this 130 level is the new 100? Oh, I answered that. Oh, Ko-Fi bot is behind. Asking on behalf of everyone that wants to buy options, when is a good entry to get back into GME? Can we expect more ups next week if we end this week 10% or more above max pain? Yeah, next Tuesday. We're already significantly above max pain right now, but if we push those 140s into the money, pushing the $80 calls into a range where they're very likely to get exercised, then I could see us having a fairly spicy like Monday, Tuesday next week. Out of curiosity, how much Apple does RC still own? I think he's like one of the largest private shareholders, isn't he? Thanks, time traveling superpositional cat. What is the price going up and down between these levels and not breaking either mean? It's just like we're just channel locked. They're trying to suppress the price within this range. Um, the market's not exactly ripping today. It's doing okay. If this pushes up hard and we start to get some active fund pressure and like follows through on this volatility spike, it could be interesting. $650 is big if it breaks. Ooh. I don't like this company, but are right about 650 being a big breakout. Let's see, 660. But it could be heading for another test of like 11. What is this? What do these people do? Alcohol? Oh, I feel like it's kind of already squeezed. It does look like it's breaking up though. Even at these prices, it doesn't seem bad. The options interest look like very little interest in this. Huh. Curious. Volume today. Can you explain a little why you occasionally buy calls starting with the put price and puts using the call price? Is this so you just start at the bid and ask on the side you want to buy? Wait, what? AMD looks like it's kind of just running today, right? Yeah, this still just looks bullish. Can you comment on the pros and cons of this being the new price or dropping us back to the 100s in reference to the hedge funds? I mean, they'll try to drop the stock back down if they can. Most likely. Unless they've just stopped, right? Which isn't super good either. I'd rather they push the price down, honestly. AMD being dragged up by Nvidia? Maybe. US steel ticker X is doing real well this week. Europe's largest steel company destroyed in Mariupol, and China's largest steel company closed due to COVID lockdown. I bought calls on, or leaps on X like a couple weeks ago. It's a good play. $135, 140 on the 5-day chart shows should fill within 5 days. Gap at 135, 140. Do you have extended hours turned on? Are other stocks affected by ETF rebalancing similar to GME? Yes. If Nvidia is rocketing compared to the QQQ, and AMD, if like money's flowing into tech, you can, and QQQ's lagging, you can buy into TQQQ, which lags QQQQ a little bit, and there's probably some decent profits there. I'll clip what you said about hoping the price to be pushed down and post it on SS to prove once and for all you're a shill. I mean, if they stop shorting, that's not a good thing. If they stop shorting, it means they're out. BTC shredding face right now. Actually not doing bad. $420 million volume, bullish. Times like these, what would Uncle Bruce do? Tell people to sell covered calls at 140? If they are out and stop shorting, wouldn't the price go up if we only buy? Yeah, but then we're stealing money from each other. Did NVIDIA stock split July 2021? Why price tanks? Yeah, they did a stock split. Return for spiritual gambling retreat in the desert of Nevada. I lost copious amounts of money that could have been blown on zero DTEs, but have never been more sure that a pickle is my guiding light. Congratulations, Deglat. I think even shitty zero DTEs have a better. You have better odds of walking out of the casino with money in your pocket than an actual casino. What happened to your computer? Did you boof too much wine last night? I didn't swap out one of the power cables when I put the new power supply in. And I fried my hard drive, which took hours to diagnose. And then once I figured that out, I had to reinstall Windows, and it's been a nightmare. So in conclusion, what was the point of RC buying 100,000 shares? It was just a statement, right? Just making a statement. If they stop shorting, upside, price can rise more organically. Yeah. Downside, short squeeze is absolutely off the table. Also, yeah. Why is mic so low? I was always at 20% volume. Now it's max. I can barely hear you. Volume might actually be a little too low. Is that better? I think that might be better. I don't know. What year was the apartment building you live in built? Your hardwood floors are great. Oh, fuck. It's a pre-war. So like probably like the 30s or something. Yes, okay. As long as everyone's happy. I know people need better speakers. Uh Need RC to buy another 50,000 shares right now. I need a coffee. All right, guys. We're breaking up. I'll leave you guys with some positive price action for a minute. Don't fuck it up. Uh, but I need to make a coffee. I can't do another hour of this without it. Hey, good job. Kirk's gone by the dip. Maybe I should stay away. I waited for the breakout to get coffee. Should I buy more GME at this to lower my cost basis per share, currently 150? Or add more shares to my BBY pool? Are you comfortable with the amount of GameStop you own? I mean, that's kind of what you need to ask yourself. If you're very comfortable with the amount of GameStop you own already, then there's really no reason um to like buy more, I guess. But can you ever have enough? Also, averaging down if you're plan on being a long-term investor tends to be a good idea. But BBBY is cheap. What are things left today and tomorrow that can drive the price up? IJH dividend. The remainder of the ETF rebalancing. Hedging caused by any price action that those cause. That's about it. How did it feel when Adabit wrote a first grader DD about options and almost got a Nobel Prize from SS? Pretty typical. I'm actually out of Docu. Adabit's next DD is going to be a big one. He found out there are quarterly ETF cycles that drive price action. I would pay no small amount of money to listen to Adabit explain ETFs. I can't think of anything that I'd rather hear more right now, actually. Did you see my comment on Adabit's options post? That would have required me reading the post past the first 20 sentences. I'm assuming when most people dump weeklies today or tomorrow, we should expect a huge rug pull into end of week. Thoughts? I'm sure most people dumped weeklies yesterday. Don't pick on Adabit. He's all SS has left. And whose fault is that? Time to do a collab with Adabit, a friendly one. I don't like collaborations. Sovereign Giant, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CC.
I'm still there. They didn't ban you yet? It's almost like it was very specifically targeted. Do you want me to brigade your posts? I mean, share them? See you later, Jimmy Crackcorn. The reason for your ban was bullshit. Yes, it was. Do I eat goat? No, I don't like it very much. That's it. I'm going brigading. Who's coming with me? You have to, before you brigade, you have to unsubscribe. Otherwise, it's not brigading. I'll ban myself if Adabit does that again. T-Woozle, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Wait, did you just become a member? You're getting a song, bro.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go.
Is Adabit same like Gherkin at shill? Because you said options. I see you also drew the ire of one idiot. Are you eating sausage fish? Whoa. Hold the fuck up. Don't ever call it that again. Do you eat goat cheese? Sometimes. Bad idea to buy July options if you've taken profits on April's. How's the IV on those? It's high. Yeah. You know, it's not the worst. I don't hate it. They're not cheap, but the IV's not terrible. There's shockingly little IV on this run. Bad idea to buy July options now if you've taken profits on April. To that, I still think Adabit had something to do with your ban. Maybe. Are you gonna be offended when James Rowland starts copying Adabit instead of you? Then he'll just be wrong twice. Even if you dislike out a bit, I think you feel devoid of content for a while, which helped maintain the momentum. Yeah, producing content with no uh, that's not a beneficial thing. My issue with Adabit, really, I don't really care about the current DD. My issue with Adabit has always been that he has pushed narratives that are hyperbolic in an effort to create conspiracy. And also most of his facts are wrong. He has very little understanding, but people take his word as gospel. And it's I mean, he's done more damage to the thought process in the community than probably any other single DD writer. So no, misinformation is not good. As a streamer, are you taking any steps to prevent people from doxing you? Not really. I always thought you just hated his beard. No. Well, yes, but not just that. Tech's bouncing because in the face of raising interest rates, tech will do well. No problem, Kevin. Your actual problem with him is that he can raise a barn faster than you. Home Depot Hank was another one that did very similar, not good things. Home Depot Hank convinced everyone that data was a lie and that you shouldn't look at it. All the DD about crime and like speculative fucking like do I want to call it like racketeering is mostly bullshit. I sold my weeklies for profit, but FOMO is eating me alive. Do you expect a rug pull? Maybe. I don't know. We're climbing up right now, so no. But we could get one. It's possible. I don't know how fast it would be. There's a lot of buy pressure. But it's so much easier to explain everything as crime and conspiracy rather than just trying to figure out what's actually going on. Killing with covered calls and managing risk. Thank you, Mike. Who the fuck is Mike? Doesn't MOASS rely on criminality, particularly with regard to SI percent? No. if you compare a lot of stocks right this minute, Microsoft, BBBY, even Docu, and market's doing a climb while GME also is, but is being swatted down a bit. They're fighting the market buying a little bit. Did you know tinfoil hats would actually cause an increase in the effects of an energy weapon? Best bet would be a tinfoil balaclava or deep sea diver's helmet or an education. Another source of anti-option stuff was Broviet. They're all just idiots. They're just like, someone writes a DD and it gets upvoted and they're like, this person's an expert. But they're not. They're just a fucking rando on the internet writing about shit they know nothing about. That's all it is. There were a few good DD writers who actually knew what the fuck they were talking about, and they all left. Recently explained that you don't believe short hedge funds need to hold on to their short positions indefinitely. Hold on to their short positions indefinitely. You mean I think they can clear their short positions? That's because they can. That's math. Does that mean there won't be a short squeeze? No, but it means that the longer it takes, the more time they have to get out. Nice, dude. It's a lot harder to prove crime and conspiracy because no one's going to admit it. There's nothing to prove. It's just a backstop to lack of information or knowledge. It's shouting witch at the things you don't understand. I thought MOASS relied on misreporting SI and obfuscating it in market mechanics. It does. Can you critique my DD next? It's pretty decent, JFresh. Remember what they did to Yelia? She was right. Yelya's options data is maybe one of the most valuable tools given for free to this community. I'm gonna copy and paste your latest DD on SS as my own. Let's see what that'll do. You're just karma farming, right? I mean, that's what that would do. I mean, I'm sure somebody already has, honestly. What was your first impression of DFE's GME DDs? I would say the thing I first noticed about them that was striking was that they were obviously like an analyst like an institutional analysis of the stock, which, you know, for Wall Street bets was unusual, right? It was like finding a diamond in a pile of cat shit. Like a chunky one. Could you look at T-Dot, confirm bounce off a low, or just going to back to fair value after COVID? It definitely was overvalued. Bullish reversal on it looks decent. Right now, I mean, 70 is going to pose quite a problem. If the market continues to push up, maybe it can move up to like 78. I actually think this company has a lot of value outside of COVID, but I think just because of its popularity during COVID, a lot of people felt that it was overvalued. I don't necessarily agree with that. I really think that their valuation should be more in like the 20 to 40 billion dollar range. But I think it's just like that sentiment from the previous exuberance kind of fading away. But I think long term, like T-Doc's going to be pretty successful as a company. I mean, they have competition in that space, but they are ahead and they got a lot of funding over the last year, so last 2 years. The biggest lie that SS still believes, including myself, was that phantom shares would never be cleared, CNS, and we all own fake shares that must be bought back. Yeah. I knew I liked you when you were the only YouTuber who was honest about AMC. Yeah, it hasn't done a lot for my popularity. Cognitive dissonance disappears when you leave Superstock. Meltdown's equally dumb, I'm aware. Yeah, it's not any better over there. Yelia, Ferg, you, G-Fount has written a lot of good DD. I mean, Krien's written stuff. Even at least Krien was, you know, writing down facts, even if they were misunderstood at the time. You know, he was trying to push forward information and analysis. There's like 30 people trying to recreate Yelia's algo. She's brilliant. She's a very smart lady. JFresh, your DD was pretty good, but it kind of seemed like James Rolandy on the Dr. Gingerball's DD. Sorry, bud. JFresh really needs to stop stealing Dr. Gingerball's DD. I think that's what needs to be said here. Real question, I have 20k karma. How do you turn this into real money, or is it just internet points? Seems like people waste a lot of time with dumb posts for a handy over the pants. As someone with also a small amount of karma, it's worthless. But maybe one day you can get a loan against it. Why would you think the Discord would be any better than the rest of the internet? Fair. Is play bad for apes if they decide to fade the top? Just trying to increase my position at GME. I feel like I'm too late for more calls. So no, it's not. If you sell them, right? So you can accelerate the downward pressure, but you also relieve that pressure when you sell the calls. So by buying puts, you accelerate this, right? But they're already going to do this. So I mean, does it add fuel to their downward rocket when they gamma squeeze the stock back down $30? Yes. But at the same time, at the bottom, they exercise those calls, right? Or those puts. And retail would be more likely to sell those puts, which would then release the negative hedge, right? And cause the market maker to buy. Instead of the exercise, which will cause the market maker to sell shares. So I would say the effect is minimal, but I'm still not a fan of it. I'd rather sell covered calls. I understand a lot of people aren't in a position to sell covered calls because covered calls are, because of they're secured, they're neutral in the hedge, right? So they don't really affect the price of the underlying. I would be worried. The thing I'd be worried most about with covered calls is that if retail was selling covered calls in mass, and they spiked the price to unlock liquidity. So always make sure that they're a safe distance, that you can buy them back, that you can afford to roll them forward if you need to. Thanks, Jerome. Are you just gonna keep saying names till you get it right? IBAKR borrow rate now above 11%. Holy shit, Mando. Seriously? It broke 10? Oh, we're fucking in it. That's the most bullish thing I've heard all year. Let's see if it holds. It's still intraday, right? We want the overnight borrow rate to be above 10. What do you think of 5 million volume with almost no price movement? We had 23 million volume yesterday with almost no price movement. Enough karma is only good for one thing. It allows you to speak truth and facts without the downvote crew taking that ability away. Thus, bans. I mean, they can, like, did the ban really do anything? Like, nothing's changed, right? We just created a different subreddit. The people that were listening are still listening. The people that weren't aren't. Like, all it does is drive division, which doesn't help anybody. Sorry for the smooth being question, but if it's not phantom shares, what keeps price cycling up and down every 3 months? Oh, those are phantom shares, but they get cleared out. They're not phantom shares, really. They're liabilities owed to ETFs for the creation of synthetic shares. But the problem is they don't exist in perpetuity, DD7. So there's been a running narrative forever on, Supersonic that you have these synthetic shares that exist forever, like the synthetic float that's, thousands of percents higher than the actual float, and that it's just always there. And likely this is just like locked, whatever obligations are owed back in January are just locked away in like total return swaps and forwards, and broken up, right? Because that's the first thing you do when you have an insurmountable amount of debt, right? Is you break it up. And then you try to break it up in a way that extends the payment of those liabilities out, right? Like a mortgage. And synthetic shares really can only exist for T plus 9 plus 35. And then they go, they start cycling through CNS. If they don't get cleared through CNS, they internalize them until they can clear them through CNS. Even if retail owns 100% of the float,
You know, institutions own shares that they sell and buy back and sell and buy back. That creates liquidity for that CNS process to continue. How to see the IBKR borrow rate if I don't have an account? I borrow desk, but you have to wait for the 15-minute updates. When will we know BBY reg show high FTD status? If we don't get put on reg show before the SEC, if BBY isn't placed on reg show before the SEC FTD report, the end of the month when that report comes out, we'll have a better idea of what the current FTDs look like on BBY. If borrow rate stays above 10, will you show us your left calf? I don't know. Time traveling superpositional cat. Will you accept Adamit here once he gets banned from SS for speaking about you know what? Of course. The ban was a godsend for this channel. Way less DRS shillies in here. It's still about the same. I think it wasn't so much the ban that got rid of the DRS shillies, it was the ups, right? As soon as people get sad again and the price goes down, it'll start all over. IBKR borrow rate is not 12%. It's still like 8.1. Gotta trust Mando. Yeah. Fuck. I mean, GME has lots of DRS. Daily reminders of shorting. Yeah, so borrow rate hit 11.48% at 1632. So yeah, just like 20 minutes ago. It may have dropped already. That's why we need to get you banned from Reddit and YouTube. I see. I've stopped talking to my brother-in-law about GME because he keeps yelling crime, and I try to tell him what I learn here. He wants nothing to do with the information. That's going to be a lot of people. XRT seems to be bringing GME, DDS, and DKS. Dicks? 11% borrow rate? Well, your boy decided to gamble again on 510s. When does he not? The shares that won't receive the NFT divvy. The super strong Politburo decided your ideas were too dangerous to continue to exist. Thus, you were gulagged. I'm pretty sure the sentiment among Chaired and JSmar was that I was giving people a gun with which to shoot themselves. And as wrong as it was, I think ultimately they do think they were doing right. You care so much about karma, you sent your bots to go upvote your posts in order to generate more internet points. What bots? You mean these people? Thanks, bots. I have the best bots. They're better than everyone else's. I'm sure 50,000 people gave a shit that the bat got a death threat from himself. Hello, it's me. I'm on Rumspringa and I want to learn about these dangerous financial products. Fuck you, turd. So Ryan can buy 100k shares 59 more times. Sure. Trader workstation. You really should set up a Rumble account in case you're banned here on YouTube. I don't know what Rumble is, but I have a Twitch account. I've stopped talking to anyone I know about GME a long time ago, except for a few that got in or still holding. I send them pickle info because they don't watch. How dare you give people knowledge? Peep, bleep, bloop, gurk, take my daily tithe. Bleep, bloop, okay, back to the karma farm. Thank you, BestBot 1000. One is glad to be of service. I don't want to hang out with Tommy Lee. I do not give them that much credit. It's almost certain that JSmar shot himself with that gun and wanted revenge. Maybe. People always say bots. Like, you just open an app and click on Brigade and boom, done. With synthetic creation hamstrung due to ETF rebalance, can this little run be a preview of what's to come if an NFT dividend is created or a spin-off company with the launch of the marketplace? Sure. What do I think caused the run-up? Just go read my DDs. Compounded obligations and ETFs used to short consumer discretionary indexes. Defragmenting, bebop. So what do you think caused this run? Ryan doing the things you were slap the ask 100 times and reversing the shorts. Drop a like, guys. It's the nice thing to do. Or don't. I feel like I should always leave that option open for people. Are you afraid of spilling liquid into the exposed PSU? No, not really. I kind of want to drop kick it against the wall. I disagree. If they thought they were doing what was best, why cover up with bullshit? Why would Hafting jump in and lie about taking a vote? And why come in here stirring drama just before? You know what's funny? As Hafting spent like 6 months posting my exit DD all over fucking Super Stunk. Like all of his posts were the same thing. Like, I really like Pickle's exit DD, but here's mine. I think it might be better. You're my favorite financial predator. Thanks, NW. Do you know of any market databases open to the public? If not, what raw data sources would you recommend? Even the raw ones are paid. I mean, what are you looking for data on? You could try Koifin, Finviz. I did Baradactyl conscientiously. How's your grinder treating you? I kind of want to return it and get a different one. I really don't like it. Like I'd rather just spend more money to have a grinder that's not clumpy and shitty. The amount of impossible to know questions you get asked and them expecting an answer will never cease to amaze me. You see, Uber has worked with New York City taxis, and now almost every New York City taxi will be on Uber. Yeah, I heard about it. This looks bearish as fuck. Give me some higher highs. This isn't that bearish. I don't I don't dislike our current consolidation trend. This is fine. I expected 132 to be kind of hard to break. So they got the 140s out of the money. The next goal will be to get these 130s out of the money. We'll see if they're successful. What about X-Ray increasing their share size of GME from 25 to 75K? Do you believe this could afford them to short more? Or is it unlimited? No matter the shares they possess. It's essentially, I mean, it allows them to short more per day. So the more shares held within the ETF, the more shares can be created each day. The nature of creating them infinitely is just the nature of the ETFs, but having more shares means that it can be a larger source of shares each day. Thanks, MJ Wellen. Can you take a moment of silence for all the bots you fried this morning when you used the wrong power supply? I didn't use the wrong power supply. I just didn't think I had to change the fucking cable out. Like, they were both 6-pin cables. They should be fucking universal. Thanks to the knowledge and food recipes, Pickle Man. Here till MOASS, and then I'll be running into you at a Florence cafe like Batman and Alfred, hot wife included. Thanks, Diamond Dicky Dan. Interesting. Ice the trees. How do I participate in arbitrage? I would really enjoy infinite GME shares from buying on NOSC and selling on Frankfurt with a $5 spread. You probably won't be able to. Not that arbitrage. You can make money off other arbitrage, but not that. My name is not blue. Is this a result of your IT ineptitude? Your name isn't green either. Is this a result of paper handing? You expect this to chop around 130 until end of day? Maybe. This is starting to look more bearish. I don't know. I'm kind of worried about the midday lull when the volume really drops off. And the bid looks like shit right now. Frankly. People forget if shorts average up enough, and if they flip close or flip long, the move will still be crazy. Yeah, it will be. Favorite type of marinade for ribs? I have a couple recipes. I have a very nice Dijon mustard one. I'll send it over to you, dork. What's up, Pickle Man? What did I miss today? Consolidation? If you want to call it that. Can we get a recipe channel on Discord? We have one. It's just not for the poors. We're not giving my recipes away for free. Never. Stocks? Sure. There's a sell order right now for 42,690. I don't think apes realize that helps them spoof the order book. It doesn't really. If I want to call it that is a nice way of saying I'm dumb, try again. No. Well, fine. If you're not getting my poor person recipes either. I just bought a pound of garam masala. Can we get a channel for the poors that lists all of the channels we don't have access to see? No. Fastlane Hobo, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Great name. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you what you need after the stream.
Happy birthday, gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkins a go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm why please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Is building a guest house for my mistress and her dog a good financial investment? You know, maybe, but the better investment is having her live with you. It'll make everything more exciting. Just in the main house. Dry rub, cayenne, garlic powder, paprika, salt, and a small amount of turmeric. Then make your sauce. I do honey barbecue sauce with ketchup base. It's elite tier. CC next Tuesday, since it's 2+2, likely to be the only catalyst or any price action. Maybe. I might sell them before then, though. CCs. Can you zoom in, please? Sure. Is Dillionaires same like pores? No. Upper middle class. What kind of car do you drive? I have a hybrid. Beef ribs only need salt and pepper. XRT's managers like to buy shares in after hours. Most ETFs do, yeah. When people post IBKR borrow fee, shouldn't we bet it with the rebate fee to track the real trend? I mean, they really don't start to diverge until after 10%. No, not a Prius. Sup, Gerg? Sorry if this was discussed already, as I can't always tune in, but what is the downside to an entropy swap? I.e., what is the risk or weakness of such a position? I mean, it's a hedge, right? So it's designed to protect the downside of a larger position. The weakness of an entropy swap would be if the price didn't run, and then you would have spent money on nothing, right? Or if IV didn't go high enough, that would also suck. I also used to use apple wood to smoke and then soak a few of the wood pieces in a mixture of apple cider vinegar and apple juice. Interesting. Can always tune in. Oh, okay. So what if they're not rebalanced yet? After hours run? Possibly, yeah. Finish up the rebalancing. Although I'm kind of interested in how this afternoon's gonna play out with dark pools and stuff. Steve. If MOASS is true, what price do you think the stock goes up to before a government intervention? It depends on when it becomes systemic risk. If there's systemic risk and it's becoming a contagion to the overall market, that's when they'd be incentivized to shut it down. Follow question: do we know any exact details regarding their entropy swap, i.e. when it may expire, or the range of the hedge? We don't know the range. I mean, you could kind of guess based on the spot price at the time it was created, but I think they shifted to that hedge in January. Am I shadow banned or just unfunny today? Just unfunny. It's okay. We can't all have constant mirth. Gen 950 have a delta of 0.101 and a cost of 450. If we don't expect it to drop much lower from FOMO, Ivy has not yet expired. Has not yet spiked. Is it a decent playing if you have exited main calls? What's the IV on those? Those are at like the top of the curve, so IV on those is probably fairly high, right? 21%. Kind of crushing a bit today. Jesus. It's a good question. They're not terrible because IV's down. So if we did get another run, they'd spike. And you're not going to lose too much theta on them in the next like 3 months. They're not bad. If you just need to be holding something in case. Who would pose that risk to the market after just a few $1,000s? Yeah. They won't want the farce that's occurred on the LME. I mean, there's other reasons for that, Ollie, but yeah. No, my volume's pretty loud, Paul. I mean, I did do something. I blew up my computer last night. So all of my settings are off, but LME hit nickel max again today and shut it down. Oh, IBKR bar rate 11.5. Yep. Does Deleter get you access to a recipe channel on Discord? Looking for an excuse to upgrade and the wife would understand this excuse? There isn't a recipe channel, Oni. There's Cornichon Cordon Bleu, where everyone like shares their cooking stuff. As a billionaire, I'd enjoy a recipe channel on there as well, as the fiance would approve. That's what Cornichon Cordon Bleu is. Share your recipes. You just want me to share my recipes in there? Recipes. Maybe I'll do a pickles recipe every week. But that's like that's just gonna like push people to be like, oh, you should make that recipe on camera, and then just fuck that. Is there still so many calls holding if price action looks so bearish? That's a good question. Faith? Did you laugh when you blew up your computer? No. 950C follow-up. Not good English, sorry. I mean, as a hedge against another run after pulling main calls off the table, seeing increased bar rate and still reg show upcoming dividends. Yeah. Lick my VWAP. I think they're not terrible to hold as a hedge for an IV spike. They're going to be pretty stable as far as value over the next few months. So they're not the worst. They're a little pricey right now, but are they cheaper further out? January 24th, 5/10s. Jesus fucking Christ. Never mind. Hmm. Can't teach me to be a lucky trader and then not how to wow my woman in the kitchen. It's unfair. Cooking is a strategic investment. Docu broke 103. Awesome. I got stopped out on the drop from 102. I had a pretty tight stop on it, so I'm not in it anymore, but if you are, dope. There's still range. What makes 5/10s important? Nothing. They're just the Oniatic upgraded. Thank you so much, Oni. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets so
looks like diminishing cycles to me. Almost like they're continuing to slowly uncoil a spring and keep a full lid on rapid price action. You know, Gaff, I'd agree, but you know, our run in November and August were smaller than this one. And a lot of that could have to do with the price, right? Like, it's much cheaper to buy GameStop right now, but significantly more IV on this run, more price improvement, and more like institutional interest in it. So if that was their goal, they kind of fucked up, right? Exercising March 25 100s. In doing so, do I get value out of the contract? A debt to equal 10K, or do they just debit my account 10K? Doing so, do I get value? Exercising? No, you don't get anything out of the contract. Yeah, you lose the value of the contract when you exercise it, because you lose the extrinsic value. Mike Brogy, thanks for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it, man. All of you guys, you can hit up the moderators on the Discord. You can DM me, or you can check the announcements channel for how to link your YouTube and Discord accounts to get access to the Zillionaires Country Club. Docu only goes up. I mean, it's got a lot of range to the upside. EVGO might be worth looking at currently. 32% SI. I don't care about the SI. 43% cost to borrow. Average price has been rising. We just got a deal from the government. Okay, I care about the last half. The SI and the cost to borrow. The cost to borrow is interesting. 68.5 million. This actually looks good. 10 Tyler, do you want to check the FTDs on this and DM it to me? Because I'd be interested in looking into that. Quite interested. I think this is on that SPAC cycle with like BBIG, IronNet, what's the other one? 23andMe a little bit, but not so much anymore. There's another cycle that occurs on the SPACs that's kind of slightly earlier than the GameStop cycles. What's the borrow rate up to? 11.5%. You got to admit, Gaff, that borrow rate increase is compelling as all hell. I swear this stream's better produced than HBO. I remember Gaff specifically using declining percent gains on quarterly runs as part of his thesis. Now he's showing he's emotionally invested in GME. Not doing well for his ego. Oh, Gaff's ego is just fine, believe me. FT's cycle will be telling. Diminishing cycles don't need to be and haven't been concurrent. To be honest, I'm stoked that I was able to see this coming based on the previous cycle FTDs. I mean, they're gonna continue to increase. I agree. I'm very interested in are you buying BBBY, Gaff? Or are you waiting for the FTD report? Bed Bath & Beyond. Final days to use your coupons online or in-store. Bullish? Wait, what? Fuck. What do you use? I have a Profitec Pro 600. It's not going to be in the same price range. I would say that if you want a good espresso machine, get a Rancio Silva or a Gaja Pro, like under $1,000. Those are probably two of the best. When are FTDs due for Tuesday's run? Does it happen to be around May 5th by chance? I'm kind of curious because that's when I think the market gets launched. FTDs due for Tuesday's run. It depends which FTDs. Champ of Roses. I'm sorry, did you ask if I was buying an equity? Yes. I mean, regardless of your feelings towards equities, I know how much you love money. Off into the shadows I go. Bye-bye, polar bear. Will you be looking to enter for April 22nd at the money calls? Wait to see what price we finish at end of day tomorrow. Looking to enter T-2 next Tuesday. April 22nd at the monies? I have no intention of buying any April 22nd at the money calls. Why do I see more people telling people to buy the ask? I don't know. Gotta slap that ask though. Oh, you're just feeling bullish because Bitcoin's up today. When it's back at 32,000, you're gonna be pissy again. So I actually don't like the Rocket Apartmento. It's okay, but for like an HX machine, it's really not that great. Like Rocket kind of has shitty engineering and their parts aren't very good. So like they're really hard to fix yourself, and then replacement parts are kind of hard to get a hold of. I like Lella, ECM, Profitec. I think they're all much better. I heard you scoffing at 10K if we ever ripped. Sure, phone numbers seem pretty nuts, but should we reel ourselves in if it rips and be more realistic? And if you follow the price trend with your exit, it won't matter what it goes to because you will exit over the curve, right? I wrote an exit DD for this exact reason. So people would know how to exit profitably from a run regardless of price action. Well, we don't have the report yet for Cohen's buy-in period, right? Because we need the report for FTD's end of Feb. So yeah, right now it's not very impressive, but that's because there wasn't that much buying yet. Blank space here, put their pickle in my jar. I heard you. Oh, okay. Wait, BTC is up? Where's shits and farts? But it ran after GameStop. It's supposed to run 14 days before. ECM Casa 5 for the win. Yeah, Rancio and Gaja are great because you can turn them into essentially much better machines with like by adding like PIDs and flow control and shit like that. Since I'm not running options, there's no buy-in unless I see numbers like GME Q4 2020. What's wrong with leaps, Gaff? You know, leaps are more risk averse than equities, right? Like than the actual stock. I've used 2 or 3 rockets at events, never once made it through an entire day. Yeah, they're not my favorite. They look really nice, but they're not my favorite like espresso machine manufacturer. What if BTC running today is predicting a GME run in 14 days? What's going on with Victoria's Secret? Interesting. Nothing phenomenal. See, Victoria's Secret was like a little late to the shorting party. So it looks like it's kind of running behind us. Like it ran on OPEX, right? And then I don't know. This doesn't look phenomenal. It's interesting. But they didn't IPO until like August of last year. So the short positions on them aren't as extensive. What grinder would you recommend in the same range as the Gaja Pro espresso machine? Like the Bartaza Setes or honestly, you'll get a better grinder if like for grinders if you go on Craigslist and like in a like whatever the most populated area near you is, you can usually find commercial grinders which are way better for the price of like consumer grinders. Like and they're much better. Less maintenance, less repair. And they they last like 50 years, so it's not like you need to replace them. Do you expect them to really try to crush the price tomorrow to get under the chain as much as possible? They might. It'll really depend on how we perform into the latter half of today. What do you think of Linnea minis? They look really nice. But yeah, I don't like that they don't have PID. They do have flow control. They're probably, I would say, not my favorite machine. You can put PID into them though. They are a double boiler. Where's he buying into Victoria's Secret next? I'm sure he just likes it for the fundamentals. Can you explain how leaps are less risk averse than holding stocks? They're less. They're not as. They're not as affected by price movement in the short term because they have a lot of theta and like theta and vega value from being so far out. Their extrinsic value is higher than the underlying shares, right? And so, you know, as if share price drops a little, a leap is less affected by that drop in price than owning the actual shares would be. It's also more sensitive to price improvement. Yeah, Malcoded grinders are really good too. I like the X54. It's like their new like home grinder. That one's pretty neat. Were you up all night building it? No, I was up all night troubleshooting and trying to find out why my power supply wouldn't boot the computer. Because I put in a new video card and a new power supply, so I didn't know which one was which. So I had to put the old power supply back in, take the video card out, see if it booted. Then I had to go step by step adding components until I found out what the cause was. Yep, I did Alethea. IBKR borrow rate above 10%. It's significant. It's a big deal. Virtuoso. It's like one of their mid levels, 250-ish, I think, but does need an upper burr, like $10 replacement once in a while. Their customer service is top notch. Huh. Yeah, Barazzas are good. I don't like conical grinders, but they're solid. Everyone loves the niche, and I hate that thing, so. Oh, what's the reason the RC would buy another 100K today, this week, to really put pressure on? I mean, it doesn't put any pressure on. It's 100,000 shares. He did it as a statement. It wasn't to apply pressure to the stock, future vittles. How long was the bar rate above 10% before today? It hasn't been. It hit 9 the other day, but it hasn't been above 10%. Got any PT for Alto? I know Domo's advocated for them. I saw BlackRock added 3 million shares in Feb. I think Alto looks good for a test of 8 to 10, maybe a test of 11 again. I just picked up some because they're like $50 a contract, right? So why not give it a shot? Although I guess I only filled on one. That's weird. Huh. Showing my number of contracts I have. Hmm. What the fuck? Hmm. Ryan Miller, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out into the
Birthday girl.
country club after the stream, man. Is Adabit also now hated by SS because he dared to speak on options? Probably. I mean, he hadn't like DRS to shares yet, right? So it was only a matter of time before they became suspicious. Do you think I'd be still too high on August calls for BBBY? It spiked pretty hard from where I bought in. They're not that unreasonable. Nah, I don't smoke cigars. Can this become an ASMR computer repair channel? No? Is an inverse head and shoulders, or is the left shoulder too sloppy to be considered one? It could be considered one. I don't like, not necessarily a fan of it on this time frame, but I would say it more just looks like the end of this descending, like this pennant. Is this, I wouldn't even call this like a, it kind of is a descending wedge. Fuck. Here to here. I mean, it looks bullish. This has a pretty good chance of breaking to the upside if it follows the trend. Like this looks like a breakout, like an incoming breakout. DM on Twitter on EVGO. Okay, cool. Thanks, Tyler. Do you smoke hedge funds? Sometimes. I would need to see pressure and risk that looks to be close to above or pressure seen prior to the Jan run up. FTDs are generally non-existent by comparison to even summer 2020. It'd be equivalent though, right? I mean, yeah, I need to see more data as well. I'm willing to buy a position because I think the company's undervalued. At the price range it's at. But I do agree that I want to see more information before I move into anything larger. Just tuned in and missed everything. Could I get a quick catch up, pretty please? Run over or consolidation? Looks like some bullish consolidation. I think we might see a little more of a breakout. Bar rate could be indicative with elevated numbers over a long period of time, but I suspect we see this fall off early next week. Remember, T+2 means FTDs are building from volume last 2 days. Yeah. I think after next Tuesday, probably not a lot of significant price action anymore. The question at that point is, they short it back down or do we hold? Do you think they've been mostly internalizing today's buy orders with total GME volume at 5.4 million currently? Thanks. Possibly. It's also FOMO's dying off a bit. Dark pool volume at like 53 or 54%, about the same as yesterday. Very questionable that Fidelity's borrow rate always remains so low as other lenders. They raise their rates slower than other lenders. That makes them the most attractive place to go to first, right? It's still a competitive market. Yeah. I'm taking a look at NTNX. And it looks like it bumped up into resistance and now it's failing. I guess. Yeah, this doesn't look great. Slip below 26 is pretty bearish. Don't chase because it doesn't look like it's going back up. Phone is about to die. I didn't bring the charger. I just want to say you're the best, and meat pie isn't as bad as you say. I didn't say meat pie was bad. I said a cheeseburger pie was bad. Thoughts on IO? It's on reg show, heavily shorted, high DTC, 100% utilization, etc. No. It's just a shitty oil and gas exploration company. It's a scam. Don't worry about it. Like almost guaranteed it's a scam. When you're getting in the world of oil exploration penny stocks, the vast majority of them are just bullshit. What's the member join song called? The Dillionaires one? We have a few, but hashtag not a cult by Danimals Drinkable Yogurt. Gogurt. Bulgurt. There we go. Probably done bacon cheeseburger pizza is phenomenal. Get the fuck out of here. If they can control the price, why would they let us squeeze? Unlike HYMC, the future of NFT mines. Any thoughts on why the borrow rate at IBKR has gone up to 11.5%? What's driving this sudden increase? Tons of volume, and ETFs are still kind of off the table this week. We selling CCs for April 14th, 135. I'm thinking about it. We'll see. I don't like that we got rejected on that test just now. But we could hold and continue to push out, but that would have been a nice breakout. Fleecing out a bit fans on Twitter. It's quite entertaining watching the logical fallacies play out. TSM is looking good to me for a move up. 120, 130. It's currently super undervalued in my opinion. Thoughts? I don't know if it's super undervalued right now. It's a risky bet right now. Far too affected by a political climate and supply chain issues and COVID. I'd be careful with it. What's the alto play? I don't know. I just bought some. It's cheap fun. It looks good. The trend's bullish. It's a slow mover, but I think it could play out for a little bit of a profit. Didn't expect this good of consolidation. Thought mid 120s was going to be where they smash it back down to. I'm bullish on this good of a solid price. I mean, yeah, but we're so far below like our weighted average, right? That, you know, it's really not impressive to hold these prices when we should be able to hold 180. Thoughts on Genus? It's just like a shitty old Wall Street bets pump and dump. Don't chase D-SPACs. They can release shares into run-ups. It's risky. You're better shorting the peaks than you are trying to play the long side of them. Like there's a solid strategy in just shorting shit that Wall Street bets pump and dumps. You just wait for them to start posting gain porn and then buy puts. It's not even that hard. TTM squeeze firing on the 1 hour. Yeah, a little bit of a slow time frame for TTM, but okay. Stop ignoring me. What are you on about? 135cc for that far out? Are you mad? No? I'm just better at selling covered calls than you. If I see a solid rejection, I'll sell shit in the money. I don't give a fuck. If a call buyer is connected with your CC, the MM doesn't hedge because it's covered. If you don't sell CC, then the MM has to sell the call and then hedge it, right? Therefore, CCs reduce upwards moves. Not really. If you don't sell the CC, then the MM has to sell the call and then hedge it, right? Yes and no. I mean, like if they sell your CC to someone else, even though it's already secured, if it runs, they have to hedge because it's still sold at the strike, right? Usually I think market makers use those to balance their hedge. You're really gonna sell in the money far dated CCs? That's giga bearish. No, it's just smart. TDA, a series of complex questions. Currently watching their education stream. Apparently my investments are extremely risky. Didn't even mention the 510s in rig. The guy who created the first GIF died today. Oh well. Would you like some smoked ribs? I have decided I'm making some soon. No thanks. Is the CC play there to get premium, then repurchase the shares below the CC strike? No, it's I have no intention of I'm not going to get assigned, right? The purpose is to capture the value on the drop, right? And then you just buy the callback when you've made the money off of the intrinsic value falling out of the bottom. It's like selling a landing pad, right? So if you sell, say we spike to like 150 again, and don't do this because it's super risky, and I have the money to buy them back if I fuck it up, and they're not cheap. But say we spike to 150 again, and I sell 140s for like April or May, say April 14th, for instance. You know, I gotta capture this $10 of intrinsic value. And then, you know, if the price falls below 140, I can buy that call back for significantly less than I sold it for. So I get to capture that spike in IV. I'm selling intrinsic value and theta. As opposed to where you're normally just selling IV and theta. But I know how to do it where I won't likely get assigned. Scarily, that made sense to me. I appreciate it. Any in the money call options coming in? In the money call options? Let me take a look. Until some SS idiot exercises it out of the money. I mean, I'm okay with that, right? In the money, some 100s net sold. Some 120s. A decent number of 120s and 130s. Those weren't bought in the money though. They were bought when it was out of the money. See the bar rate at 11.5, almost as nice as 6.969. You sell a call and buy a call to capture theta and ivy without risk to losing your position. Yeah. Yeah, you can. I already have calls though, right? I have in the money calls. So I can sell a call and buy back my covered calls if things were to move against me. So selling a 140cc, sell your shares and open up a 195 call credit spread. Why would I sell my shares? I don't want to sell my shares. Are we past the point of Wyckoff accumulation? It seems like we have held the range you predicted pretty well. This could be, so I'll show you guys. I think I have it open on TradingView. One second. Do I have a TradingView window in WeBull? Go capture. Hold on one second. The fuck is this? On. That's fucking disgusting. Why is this white? Ugh. Gross. There we go. So if this is our test, then I think we could find some support in this like 118 range before moving up further. But this means, you know, we're looking at like something a little different than what usually happens on GameStop. But if this truly is an accumulation period and we are seeing institutions load up, then you know we could push up into like the higher range of our average trading price here into phase D around the 225 range before falling back, consolidating, and moving up further. It does look good. I'd say that this movement is indicative, especially volume backed move, like a phase C to D shift. Let the record state that you held my hand as I fumbled through this crazy environment. I made a modest amount of money on this run. Tits absolutely jacked for my ethanol play. Riku. Riku to you, Bo Bandy. Congrats, dude. I don't understand everyone's surprise. 150 is as explosive in the options chain as theorized. What choice do short hedge funds have but to try to drive the price down? Try. I mean, the question is, can they before, you know, the ETFs are back on the table? Expecting upwards movement on GME due to potential BBBY reg show late March, early April, leading to a run mid to late April. GME CCs might be risky. They might be, but I can buy them back. Like I said, my risk tolerance on covered calls is going to be different, right? Today's stream in 60 FPS, by the way. Was 127 the LPS? Possibly. How can you tell that this isn't the consolidating now at 130 versus at 118? Kind of looks like consolidating now from the dip rejection at 150. It could be. I'm just basing it on historical price levels. That's all. That's our, like, 118's like, if we go back here, like, this is our last point of support. It could be higher. It could be as high as, yeah, 132 even. I'd say really it's probably in this range though, 123 to 117. And where I placed it, you know, I placed it at the low end of the price range. Oh, hold on. So, it could be as high as here, I'll draw like a trend here so you can see. It could be here, at the high end of support. It could be there as well. And then this is the low range for support. And so I'm kind of in a conservative range here. Based on our price action in February, I think this was a decent estimate. Could it bounce higher? Yes. And LPS's last point of support before moving up. This again to account flat OBV. OBV is always flat if you zoom out far enough. Is this a bear flag? It's just kind of a weak uptrend. It looks like we might find support on this upper bound, though. Apple gapped up big. I know, I have calls there. Just got... Oh. I should have gotten an alert. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I keep getting alerts for Docu, but I already sold it. The fuck? Wait, we have a bot now? I'll be out of a job. I finally ordered all 3 reference books. Thanks to the list. Now I can lose money while knowing that I'm doing with options instead of blindly losing Kizash. Did I miss your CC publication? No. Officially the battle for 140. Not yet. Getting there. Have you thought about adding a CC section in the Dillionaires area yet? Yeah, I actually need to. I want to add a few channels. Data was going to reach out to me with some ideas, but I haven't heard from him yet. Why bother with 60 FPS? My monitor is only 15 hertz. How confident are you that we'll see price improvement on BBY by August? Fairly. That's why I bought calls there. My call position is split like I want to say it's like 2080 August and Jan on BBBY. Joestar, sharding Joestar. When do you expect the 118 dip? Tomorrow, next week? What's the time frame for that? Tit jacking chart, or does it depend? It depends. Wyckoff phase C shifts are kind of tricky. This move could be sufficient to be considered a spring and a test. And we tested 150, which is the higher bound. Like, here, I'll bring it up again. So we tested 150, which is the like automatic rally. Where the fuck is, there we go. Back here, right? Which was on Jan 7. And so that would be our test here on the on the test, right? And then last point of support should theoretically be anywhere from 114 to 132. So our bottom today could in fact be the bottom, and then we could move higher. And actually that would confirm our move into phase D if we continue to move up through 158 and push into that like 180 to 200 zone. And the question here is do we stop out, like, is our SOS point at 178, Or is it going to be in the higher range at like 225? And that's sign of strength. That next move up is considered a signal that not only are people interested in buying the stock, they're interested in buying it at higher prices. If Wyckoff model plays out, we kind of need to let go of FTD OPEC cycle theory. I mean, not necessarily, because Wyckoff could play out because institutions bought in during accumulation, right? That means that there is an institutional vested interest in improvement of the price action, which we are seeing with the amount of call buying occurring currently. I would say that institutions are in GameStop much more right now than they have been for quite some time. Can you comment on AMD? And actually, if Segan, if you look back, all of our runs follow an accumulation distribution pattern. Just very fast. Can you comment on AMD? I can't figure out if this consolidation is bearish or bullish. What's it at? 120? It doesn't look bad. This is good. Lower highs, similar lows. So buy side's consolidating. I would expect buy side to push at some point. I don't know if it'll push enough to break out of 120, but expect a buy side push. I called my Johnson LPS in college since my girlfriend would introduce me to their new boyfriend right after me. Am I doing this right? Why didn't Wednesday's run keep going? Well, obligations are being covered, right? So pressure is dying down. Once you got Zaki, you never go back. You say when the bar rate starts to increase in this end game. Is this the end game? Could be. It's still not all the way up, but I think we could see something. I'm excited, to say the least. How much longer will ETFs be off the table? Today should be the final day for settling out the obligations in them. It's curious that XRT is still on reg show. The amount of FTDs must be enormous. Once was a time of 1269. Boy, was she so fine. While the poor shouted, was a time, the pigeon sung out, oh, we're just fine. And Gherk, you might ask, was busy taunting us with all of our spent dimes. Thank you, the mighty potato. If we're generally going to test all-time highs, would we just hit FINRA 15-minute halt after halt after halt the whole way up? Possibly. It's not FINRA, it's NYSE. How much billionaire status in real money? Mine displays in CA money. I have no idea. $24, I think? Something like that? I don't know what it costs. I want to say 24. $24. Something like that. It's not very expensive. What's going on Apple? Just doing ups. Apple's like held in more ETFs than any other company, right? Like their weight in ETFs is significantly larger than almost anybody else. I think no, it's the most held stock in ETFs. It's at the top of like the S&P 500. It's at the top of the Russell 1000. Did you just predict the future? That's what I do. Like a short-term time machine. So the reason for selling CCs is that you plan to buy them back if you're wrong. The problem is sometimes the price moves way too fast. I'm hedged, Rick and Pawn. I have, so right now I'm holding 80 through, what's my highest strike right now? 120 Cs for June. So I can sell a call at, like 130 through 150. And even if the price skyrockets, I don't care, right? Especially if I'm selling like April's. Like I'm already hedged against any upward price movement. So I don't give a shit, right? I can just sell like a 120 and buy back the 140. It's not a big deal for me. That's why I warned people that my risk situation is not the same. I'm not just throwing out covered calls with no hedge, like in the money. Based on TA, does GME look bullish or bearish to you right now? It looks bullish. Out here on the 1 hour, we're breaking up out of a descending wedge after a significant run. Out here on the daily, we're just hitting the shoulder of our consolidation. If we take a look at Wyckoff, we look very good for a move to the upside. I'm sure TTM continues to look good. MACD crossed over to the positive from I think its highest point since last year. So yeah, I mean all ADX is strong to the upside with a lot of positive price divergence. Everything like on the technical side points to this being bullish. I'm just wary because we've been rug pulled in the past. Really expected FOMO to kick in yesterday. I'm surprised there isn't more big institutions buying in based on RC's move earlier this week. I mean, RC's move was it's like a statement, but it's not significant. Like JP Morgan's not going to buy in, like $100 or $200 million because fucking RC bought 100,000 shares. Now that things have settled, I just want to thank you again for everything you do. Rolling and kept learning. Excited yesterday. 20x my position with massive gains. Let's do it again. Fuck yeah, Dominic Joseph. That's awesome, dude. What's the strategy name for buying calls to hedge against your CCs? Synthetic long? Poor man's covered calls, but that's really more selling naked calls against a long call. I don't have margin on this account though, so I can't sell naked calls. What do you think about July 135? Safe for what? Like a call? Can you reset expectations for folks who took profit yesterday? I have weekly lotto tickets still, but I thought today was going to be the end of something until June. Thanks, Girk. We'll have to see. We have to see how it plays out. There's no guarantees here. You know, obligations are drying up. I can say that much. So what happens after this point, that's on the bulls. Can XRT not be cleared from Reg Show tonight? It could be. What would it mean for our future price improvement? I mean, it would just mean that they would probably begin shorting again. But what's XRT's, you know, up today, but not a lot. You know, this doesn't look like the clearing of obligations to me. It's about to get real weird over there if they don't. Consulting company suing GME for 30 million. Who cares? Bar rate IBKR 16.24. Huh. It's going up a lot. I get some like out of the money shit just to be on the safe side. Hmm. Yeah, bar rate just up. Should be fine. Slip them too. There we go. Wonder why that wasn't displaying. Been watching you every day since day one, and yesterday I had my first trade that made 30x on a weekly. Thanks a lot. You got it, dude. Congrats, man. Let's sue Gerg until he opens a pickle stand once a year on MOASS. Zoom, tell us everything that's going to happen and when it's going to happen, and tell us when our dads are going to be getting back from the store. They went to buy cigarettes 20 years ago. Probably never. You might be a disappointment. Check in the crypto channel, please. Now. Why? Is this? I'm not putting any bots on my Discord. Stalls on 134 bullish as fuck. What's over that wall? 135. What was the out of money stuff you were getting to be on the safe side? I couldn't see. Oh, I bought some June 680s just to have a little out of the money coverage. Got like 10 of them. Is their rug pull more limited now that there are less shares to borrow? Yeah. Bar rate is high, XRT's on reg show. Wouldn't it be too risky to do it with puts? It's very risky to do it with puts, and that's why we don't see a lot of in the money puts coming in right now. Because they need all that ETF borrowing and those shares available to borrow to slam the price into the puts. Right. So they start stacking out of the money and in the money puts. Right. And then they use those ETF shares and those shares to borrow and this little hedge to slam this down. And then by buying further and further out, right, they can create a gamma squeeze to the downside. Since we won't sell, they need the market maker to continue to push the price down for them. But without the shares to borrow, without the ETFs to abuse, it becomes far more difficult to pull off that strategy. GameStop is being sued by Boston Consulting Group over unpaid bills for helping the company. GameStop said it will fight the suit and that it lacks merit via Bloomberg. It sounds like a bullshit lawsuit. I agree. RC tweet. Overpriced consultants at BCG are picking a fight with the wrong company. Boxing glove. Cool. So they probably tried to pad their fees and he called them out on it and refused to pay, so they're suing. And the only reason it's seeing any media attention is because short hedge funds are making sure it does. What's the rebate rate you find under the fee rate? That's the cash collateral rate. RC is telling us about seller boxing. When is this spring gonna unwind at 180? I'm still holding a few just in case. We'll see. A single dollar battles against call sellers or short hedge funds or both? Both. I mean, it's also, you know, they're trying to keep calls, like market makers don't want all these fucking calls going in the money either. It took an hour lunch break today and I listened to your stream for an hour, 2x to catch up. Normal speed, Gherk feels much better. Thanks, David. Isn't someone just consulting firm on the BBY board? Maybe. BBY ripping? Ooh, I don't like that. Hold on. Ripping? Don't say ripping. Up. Sense. Not ripping. Just slightly up. I'm okay with it. The Cohen just buy its other 0.2%. BCG consulting fees are high, not illegal, just frowned upon. It's like it's like masturbating on an airplane. So I disobeyed you. I'm back holding GME 137 weeklies. I think I can prevail with other pickles if you get lucky. Does a CC sold close Friday have the same value as ones sold to open Monday, or stay decay on play on weekends too? There's stay to decay over the weekend. Accidentally had you on 0.75 speed. Sounded like you were hammered. Fair. Huh. June 680s. I'll play for this week or next also. Oh, they're just, I mean, they just went up 15%. So I'm guessing for this week. That was quick. I should have bought more. Why aren't ETFs able to be used for price suppression right now? Some are, but the S&P ones are in the middle of their rebalance. They're trying hard, well, at the end of their rebalance. They're trying hard to keep BBBY under $22. It would appear that way. Ooh, Alto moved up. Should I sell? That's like as much profit as I expected to get off this play. Guess it can run more. I'll wait. That strike is my cost basis for shares. Would you just let them ride, or you have a strategy to buy them back? I sold May 155 CCs last week. Oh, okay. So before the run. Yeah, if it's your cost basis, I mean, you're not at risk of being assigned right now. If you have the money to buy them back, and it really looks like we're gonna run up to, you know, like 150 or past 140, you could buy them back that if you want to. You can roll them forward. IV just spiked, so not the worst time to do it. At least then you're getting the premium for it. Overpriced consultants at BCG are picking a fight with the wrong company. TTM on the 30-minute look good, or is that not a good time frame? It's kind of short, but I'm sure it looks fine. We're consolidating, so TTM should look decent. In your opinion, if XRT stays on threshold along with data from this week's run-up, what will you and the quants be trying to extract to determine where things are at? I mean, if XRT remains on threshold through its rebalance, that's like a failure of the fund, right? VXX detached from the underlying. What's up with that? They couldn't accurately track their NAV anymore due to the amount of shares purchased. 510 gang just become the 680 gang? I don't know. I'm up 16% on those shitty contracts I just bought. I feel like I should just bail on them already. Yeah, it's 680s in June. Don't you dare. I just bought 680s. I bought 680s earlier. I bought them on this bounce right here. They're up huge. Gotta like kind of lead this in. Right there. Why do I have to keep them? I'll do what I want with them. Well, it's too late now. They're already up 20%. Why the fuck would you chase it? Yeah, maybe that's why. Well, but still, risky. Very risky. TRS them. Ugh. The stock market is so cool. You just make $300 in like 5 minutes. After the life of me can't figure out why any other jobs exist. So at least I'm not doing labor and then paying taxes on it. How did you just make $300? I made a lot more than $300, but I bought June 680s on the second bounce off the upper trend line. Other jobs exist so you can do this. Build robots. I trade SPX and it really is insane how much you can make just trading it daily. Yeah. On the good days. Yes. Exercise and DRS them. No. Literally never. See right through you, Gurk. You blew up your computer to have an excuse to suppress GME's price by not putting Guybrush on the screen. Shill. Okay. PBY gapping up too, but not ripping. Was it a theta play? No, I didn't have any out of the money calls and I was like, ooh, IV's kind of low. Maybe I should buy some. And then I bought some and now they're up $300. Are ETFs remaining on reg show indefinitely? A lot more scandalous than a standard stock staying on reg show indefinitely. Overstocks stayed on reg show for years as an example. Yeah, because ETFs rebalance, whereas stocks don't. Missed a super chat from JC. I read that. Oh, quick rundown on GME and BBBY, please. Been at work all morning. BBBY looks like it's turning around a little bit. GME is breaking out of a descending wedge. I didn't really look at BBBY as like longer term TA. It looks kind of shitty, frankly. Had a rough day yesterday. Might have found some resistance here though at like 121.50. GameStop looks bullish. This is a breakout, like a real one. and bullish consolidation here on this bull flag. This is a bull flag, by the way, in case anyone wanted to know. Or a bull trap, which we'll find out shortly. Jesus Christ, IV spiked hard. So sensitive. The 680C in response to my question on 950C. So have I finally achieved the goal of front running you? Maybe. That's not really hard to do. I generally talk about shit a lot before I make any moves. Nvidia just broke 10%. Cool. So can you please extrapolate on the implications of XRT remaining on reg show even after rebalance? No. Go look up what happens to an ETF if it rebalances on a negative asset pool. Just hired BCG to advise me on weeklies. I'll let everyone know how it goes. Do rebalances just create a volatility event, or is it generally the upside? It's not always the upside. Sometimes they're rebalancing down. Lower weight. Can we have a link to the Wyckoff trading view chart? No. I posted a picture of it. How can you see IV spiked? Sorry for the silly question. Because the contracts I just bought went up 25% on $1 of price improvement. This consolidation's fine. Relax. I want to wait for IV to drop on BBY. What exactly impacts IV and what would bring it down? I don't know if IV is going to drop on it anytime soon, man. It already had high IV. It's had high IV for a while. But volume needs to dry up, price needs to decline. And it's you know, cheap enough that it's likely to stay fairly volatile. How much did you spend on contract to make $300 profit? I bought them for $150 and they're now worth $188. I think a second ago they were worth more. If I sell a CC at the strike below my current cost basis, am I not exposed to risk if I get assigned and just buy back in, lowering my cost basis? I mean, you're exposed to the risk that the stock keeps going up and you have to buy higher, right? The risk on a covered call is to the upside. If the stock continues to improve, right, and you know, your shares are sold at 130 and say we move up to 200, you're going to lose a significant amount of your overall holdings, right? Thoughts on double-digit borrow rate on IBKR? Bullish as fuck. But it's not double digits everywhere yet. Would you decide in the unlikely event that short hedge funds via brokers propose an ultimatum to end the GME saga by having a consensus agree to 100K a share? I feel like if that ever happened, I would just say no, right? Like if they're offering 100,000 a share, they're worth way more than that, right? Not that I'm unwilling to negotiate a share price, but I mean, if they're gonna come in with $100,000 offer, I feel like that would be a low ball, wouldn't it? Never accept the first offer. Yep. Try to figure out how on the figure out how figure out the whole if an ETF goes negative thing. It basically force covers the futures contracts obligations. It has to receive the shares, correct? Essentially, yeah. They would have to pull those contracts in immediately. If this bull flag bounces off that yellow line, we need to share that time machine. We'll see. I think it can keep slipping. Like if they came at me with 100,000 a share, I'd be like 500,000 a share. And then they'd be like, all right, 2. And I'd be like, okay, how about 475? I like this negotiation. I have a lot of shares, so even at 100,000 a share, it's a very tempting offer. AMD broke 120. Congrats. Nope, it didn't. Wouldn't a 100K share give you like $1 billion? More than 1 billion. But that's like low end billionaire. I don't want to be a fucking low like a single digit billionaire. I could spend that on like 2 yachts and a few nice houses. There's like a 0.00001% chance GameStop would ever reach 100K a share. Fair. Yeah, there's too much risk of slipping out of the Tres Camas Club. Heard some Russian yachts are for sale cheap. Interesting. What were you saying about my time machine? Can you explain that random support line's accuracy? Mind blown. I'm pretty good at this shit, right? Like, that's why. If anybody ever wondered why so many people defend me to the death on Superstonk, there's a reason. It's earned. Vlad Marinescu, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Not sure what the strings that are attached to those Russian yachts. Those are called anchors, Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Daves. You're a pigeon wheel, you should know this. Are you not up on your nautical terminology? We ride into Valhalla with you, Garrick Riku. Riku to you too, sir. Autistic polar bear. Sus. Time Machine was just saying that it would be very altruistic of you to share it. I have. Are you on OnlyFans TV? It's just because of those hot ass calves. I mean, whatever does it. You've earned my respect, and that means a lot. I used to watch Matt Kors. If market catastrophe caused by GME MOASSing is possible, could the powers that be just wipe out all GME options? Just cancel them all in the name of market preservation? Yeah. They can do that with everything, frankly. What metric do you most use when trying to fade the top of a run? On GameStop, I look for a reversal in the put call parity and a shift in the borrow rate, generally. Although the shift in the borrow rate not really possible because the borrow rate's so fucking high right now. High volume peaks. Jimmy squeezes, you think this 100K is still unlikely? You think 100K is still unlikely? I mean, you gotta get there first, man. That's a lot of fucking money. There's a lot of barriers to get to those prices. What do you think the SPY will be doing this and next week? It's kind of just chopping in this like sub 450 range. Go check out what the Brits just did to nickel. Again, for the 900th time, nickel is a commodity. There is a limited supply of it defined by what is produced. You cannot blow up the suppliers with fucking nickel futures. They're not going to let it happen, A, because they have to protect the value of the commodity. B, only so much of it can exist. It's a physical asset. It's not like an equity that is infinite. Because bipolar bear left and then you showed up, autistic polar bear. Even if we close 3% down from yesterday, that's really bullish overall, no? Yeah. Some of the basics of TA are taught in college. Like Dow theory. Wyckoff. A little bit. Usually not part of like main coursework, but like there's some side classes you can take. Based on price action volume, do you think ETFs have covered their obligations now? Or will we find out when they started creating shares and slam us? I mean, XRT still reg showed. It wasn't pulled off reg show last night. What if Ryan Cohen recalled his shares? He can't lend his shares. He's an insider. It's part of the agreement. You can't lend your shares. You can't short. You can't buy options. I wouldn't call it lunch. It's just some shit I found on my desk. They're baked cheese crunchies. What's a good time? End of April. Probably when Ivy dies down. We can recall his BBY shares. That's correct. So yesterday, you know, throughout the day, price dipped, right? A lot of options were sold at open. And so Delta hedge dropped, but then, you know, and this was the price action. And then, you know, price started to climb up, and then the Delta hedge climbed up way above it. And it stayed up. And then the price continued to drop into today. And now we're breaking out. So there's a lot of asymmetric risk there for the market makers. I expect that, you know, we'll see some of that made up. Ryan Cohen can't lend out his shares, so they're effectively DRS'd. Effectively, but not, it's still slightly different. But yeah, he can't lend his shares. So they're held in his name, but they're still at the DTC. So they're not pulled out of the DTC, as far as I understand how a holding company works in that scenario. What do you constantly go IV entry level for BBBY? Wait, what? What do you constantly go? So the cycle theory is correct. They just delayed their obligations. Yeah. So this means that the cycle will move forward and the run-up could be end of June. The next run-up could be, yeah. Not end of June, middle of June. Well, I guess, yeah, towards the end of June. I don't remember the expiration date for futures in June. I think it's the 17th. So 20th, 21st, 22nd of June. That week. No, I don't meditate. Well, it means that, you know, the price is being suppressed into a positive delta hedge, and that positive delta hedge is continuing to grow, right? So the pressure from that hedge is constantly pushing up because the options market is valuing the stock at a higher price than it's currently trading at. What are Gamma Max, DN, etc. for today? Good question. Gamma neutral at 126. Delta neutral 109. Gamma neutral at 126. Gamma max 147.50. Put call reversal at 119.50. Weekly max pain at 120.50. So all of the hedge on our side. I think another test of Gamma max is reasonable. J-Roll said a end of April run up in his tweet this morning. I mean, the dude copies my DD and is still constantly wrong. So I don't even know how that's possible. He like copies it and then like changes the conclusion. Doesn't an ETF have to have 5 million FTD to be placed on reg show? Wouldn't that mean that they have at least that many obligations still outstanding in XRT? Why 5 million FTDs? 0.5% of the shares outstanding. You gotta be tempted to offload those June 680s. Not really. I'm gonna break 138 here in a second. What do you think will happen if XRT is still on reg show threshold after market close? Maybe we see last minute covering in after hours. Can you explain the dynamics of what happens if GME is pushed through Gamma Max? Well, it depends on if FOMO picks up and continues to drive Gamma Max upwards. June strike price 680 or June 6th 80? Both, actually. The ones I bought earlier were 680s. It's all about 150, is it? Does XRT have to be off reg show today? It should be. Have to's relative. It's almost as if short hedge funds are burning every avenue to short the stock and running out of ammo. They're backing themselves into a corner. Buckle up. Yeah, they are. It took a little longer than I thought, but when will AMC stop copying GME? I'd imagine as soon as they can't use it to hedge variance. Do you see MOASS in the next few months? We'll see. Good think you can't convince me a degenerate to sell my calls. At what point will they not be able to use AMC to hedge variance? When AMC runs out of a call chain, like when it breaks out of its chain options chain, then it's basically useless at that point. Seems like AMC copied GME but changed the conclusion. It's a different position. What the heck do WeBull trend lines always yeet off the screen when I try to adjust them? I don't know. It's annoying as fuck. They've never fixed it. 0DT puts towards max pain, a good hedge for tomorrow. To have more cash for calls next week, pre-gex. Maybe? I don't know if we're gonna break down tomorrow. Theoretically, this breakout should be sustainable. Does Cornichon get Pickles picks? No. Do you think the marketplace announcement is enough to drive the price, or does it need to prove its value too? It'll need to prove its value. I mean, it'll drive some price improvement. So what happens to XRT if they don't or are unable to cover after rebalance concludes? I'd imagine they would be forced to settle NAV. Like I can't think of another. Like they have to settle their asset pool to remain. Otherwise, they have to liquidate the ETF, which still means the covering of the obligations in the ETF. They only have to cover the old obligations. It shouldn't have to cover the new ones, like made in the last couple days. But my 95C expires tomorrow. Is it better to sell 70 shares to exercise or roll the call? You could roll it, or you could just sell it and buy shares. You don't have to like net loss, right? If it's worth 30 shares, you can just sell it and buy 30 shares. That's an option. Discord saying you bought a 610, 680s. They're up 40%. Feeling a lot of FOMO from not pulling the trigger on calls this morning. Do you expect a pullback towards max pain tomorrow? Maybe. Max pain's at like 120 something. We could. I doubt it though. Well, the current price action seems very sustainable. With the borrow rate moving up the way it is today, I would say that it's less likely that we're going to see a rug pull. We could, but it's less likely. And if we do see one, it's going to be slow. It's going to be more of that, like trying to stair step the price down. They're likely waiting until they can clear all of those weeklies out of the chain, right? They don't like to run the stock towards the end of the week. It's the market makers don't like it. The short hedge funds probably don't give a shit, but the market makers don't like that. Is there a link for the Discord somewhere in the description on this video? How do you like your steak? Depends on the cut. Medium rare or medium. It looks strong. The borrow rate's almost doubled today, and that's a very significant change in the data, right? So yeah, it's looking stronger. I would say I'm feeling a little bit more bullish. Yeah, the borrow rate will go down when they can use creation again, but still. There's ETF shorting paper and zero hedge article on XRT sneeze activity. The 800 million XRT underlying assets they withdrew all except 150 million. And since there's never been an ETF collapse. Yeah, that happened back in like 2011, I believe. You planning on buying at least one weekly at end of day today? No, not really. When can they use creation again? I don't know. It depends on when they settle. I have no fucking clue. If they don't clear out the obligations in the ETFs, then no. So many people think that the strike price of an option means that the underlying needs to trade at that price to profit. That misunderstanding limits their investment potential. Yeah, people don't get it. I know. But people like that probably shouldn't be buying fucking options in the first place, right? Because they're just going to lose money either way. Whether they understand the investment potential or not, the odds are they will lose money long term. Favorite cut of steak? Ribeye or Chateaubriand, like the fillet top cap. Are you single? Yes. Did IBKR rate drop back to 11? Not updating on Eyebrow Desk or Stock Sarah yet. I don't know. I'm sure it dropped a little on the run, right? They've got to cycle some back through. Otherwise their overnight rate's going to be too high. Am I ready to mingle? Oh. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I get all my sexual gratification from options contracts. So I don't really need or want people. Can the rug be pulled back quickly once the ETFs are done rebalancing? If you're afraid of a rug pull, set stop limits. Don't ask me and try to determine when a random rug pull scenario can occur. There's a reason they call it a fucking rug pull. It's because it's unexpected. So you're theta curious. Got it. Yeah, but when's the next rug pull? I'm confused as to why this price action is sustainable, with the borrow rate as a reason why. If the rebalance is done today, borrow rate drops, creation is back on tomorrow, won't the price drop? Those aren't the only things at play. They're continuing to borrow, which means that they have not resolved ETF obligations, right? Super serial. Call volume continues to increase on the bull side, and the asymmetric hedge from suppressing the price into that positive delta pressure creates a scenario where large leaps in price can occur. We're also breaking to the upside after a period of downwards consolidation, which is bullish. So buy side collected profits, repositioned, and is moving and pushing, I should say, for another move to the upside. You have to think more about what the implication of things mean and less about what they mean literally. You have to look at the bigger picture. Put call ratio is slowly creeping up today to 1.0. Thanks, Mo Money. Flip things somehow. Dude, am I shadow banned? I don't think so. Are you tagging me in your questions? There's like 2,400 people in here. It's not unlikely that I would miss some questions. But stops caused my options to sell, and now they're up. Well, you know. If you want to take on risk to possibly get higher profits, that's the risk you take, right? Big risk, big reward. But then don't whine about the risk later when you're like, oh, I took this big risk and I got fucked. Well, you know, that's what happens. Why isn't it called a rug tug? It should be. Real talk, panicked a bit this morning when I didn't think you would be streaming. Appreciate you slapping your PC back together and holding our hands today. Thanks, Gherk. No problem, Idaho. Pretty glad I did too. Everyone would have fucking freaked out and been like, this is MOASS if I hadn't shown up to the stream today. We couldn't have that. I FOMO'd into 10 more shares today and averaged up. Bad move? No, I mean, relatively decent price. How much did you average up? Don't worry, Moon. I ignore most of your questions. What's your next line above off screen? I think it's 142. Yeah, 142.71. I borrow up again. Trying to stop the run. Greedy, greedy. Just cover. There's only one reason you don't just cover here. That's because you can't. You think about buying in the money calls for end of April. Cashed out yesterday. Guess if you want to. I don't have access to the GME chart or price outside of your stream. How should I trade MOASS if you disappear? I don't know. Don't. Just hold all the way through the top so everyone else can have a better exit. Can you please read each person's name and take attendance hourly so we can all hear our names? No. This is starting to look a lot like something bigger. Holding 200 AMC for selling CCs. Made $1,000 over the last few weeks. Hoping to use that plus whatever else I can make for GME June calls late in April. Hopefully the popcorn folks help me add GME. Nice, man. Yeah, selling CCs on AMC is not bad. It's not a bad deal. Fidelity at 5.75. They're still, I think they're still cycling the borrowables. Remember, fighting to the last breath, right? It look like they're scared. McCune, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. If CERN goes to 10 in either direction, we'll stop complaining or GME to 250. Okay. Can you explain hooked on phonics? Also, you seem incredibly interested in the price action. I'm interested. I'm trying to see if we're gonna hold this resistance or not. Will you teach me how to read? No. These bar rates interest any prospective institutional longs? Yes. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real. Maybe that's kind of the problem, right? To keep it down, the more chance it has to go up and faster. I don't really understand all the bearishness. Maybe that's kind of the problem right now. Is everyone's feeling like a bunch of FUD and big sad, but for me it just looks bullish as fuck. They built up a massive stack of obligations, essentially doubling down their short position on the retail sector in the last 3 months. The market has yet to fail. These businesses have remained stable and not gone under. And yet their short position remains. They have yet to cover it by the date that it was due to be covered. And RC's running around buying up 10% of other companies that are also over shorted. I mean, like, why the fuck is anybody sad right now? It's just that people don't want to wait. They want the stock to open and rip, and they want to see their accounts green because they have no fucking patience. If you think that the short hedge funds are just going to let it happen, you're out of your fucking mind. These are $500 billion plus organizations that can easily buy these companies 100 times over. They are not going to just let Ryan Cohen or the rest of retail fuck them for good times. They will fight till the dying fucking breath, until there isn't a dollar left, until no more extensions are given, and only then, when forced, will they give up. So if you don't like holding, and you don't like waiting, and the market isn't for you, then don't participate in it. As for me, I'm in it. I like what's going on. What's happened is that people are coming to the realization that over the last year, they've been fed a bunch of bullshit by a bunch of people that didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, and are now realizing that that was just false. And if that was the only reason you held and it had nothing to do with the fundamental value of the company, or, you know, the valuation due diligence that DFE did back in 2020, then, you know, you probably shouldn't be in it, because you're not ready for, you know, how long this could take. Clip the rant? It's already a clip. Clip the clip. Who plays clips of themselves? I mean, really? I do. Color Kirk was yelling at us. Flip the clip. Do you gherkin to your own clips? Sometimes. It's not narcissism if you're right. Fair. It is narcissism, though. A bit. Ryan Cohen ETF. Are you looking for a boy? A boy for what? That's a weird offer. Which clip was that? Full bull. You said boif? What's a boif? You did it in Discord. Oh shit. Thanks, Biter. Sorry, guys. I'm confused about XRT reg show versus XRT dividend and implications. Please talk about it. Googling and not finding much. Google harder. Titled the clip after me. You didn't need to do that. Remember when I asked you about Logitech? They're doing pretty good right now. Awesome. Nice, dude. Had you ended it with, as for me, I like the stock, I probably would have shed a tear. Please bring back Sassy Gherk, he yells at me. That Gherk had a lower net worth. Any guesstimates on daily cost to borrow for GME? Houston Wade once took a shot at it and figured so many millions per day. What? No, that's a waste of time. We don't know. There's no cost to borrow on shares that are locked up in forwards or total return swaps. What would be the disadvantage to hold it until tomorrow? Is there any? No theta issues, so just sell before close, right? Yeah. I mean, you'll lose some theta value into close tomorrow, but and not too much. $16 in the money. What's the delta on that? I assume it's a weekly. 0.9. You'll lose about like $120 or something off of it if you hold it through tomorrow. And the price stays constant. If you want a guest lecture on School of Stocks to show what not to do on the day after a run, I am your guy. How about net girth? Have you made more on all your non-GME plays over the last year of streaming than you are up on GME currently? No. For a breakout to be valid sustained, the price action must be accompanied. This is the most I've been up on GameStop since January of 2021. The price action must be accompanied with strong volume, right? How much volume are we usually talking about? Is it relative to the average volume of the current trading environment? Hold on. There was a lot said there. There's more. Relative to the current trading day or longer time frame? A longer time frame. Consolidation tends to be lower volume. So we had a lot of volume, and then we're having a low volume consolidation period, which we're just breaking out of, right? But expect volume to remain lower, right? And then the breakout is what prompts more volume to flow in. As confidence in price improvement picks up, then you'll see stronger and stronger volume. They're fighting quite hard. I mean, BBY 27C weeklies are near worthless. Should I average up with another 1,000 for tomorrow? You know, if you wait till you're 50% down, you can buy in at for the same initial investment, you can double your current one. Can you explain your expectations from the rapidly increasing borrow rates? I don't know. Either they're gonna win or they're gonna lose, right? It's a battle. They are fighting till the very last bull. What is your salary that Reddit pays you to babysit us all day? Did you see that Anuj Aura, Vice President of Citadel, used to work for the company suing GME? Okay. They all used to work for each other. But fucking Gary Gensler used to work for Goldman Sachs. So did Jeff Bezos. It's everyone's the same. You think this is a head and shoulders or a test of a bounce? It's a head and shoulders. The question is, where's the neckline? Is the neckline at 133 or is it at 135.70? It's probably at 130 ish. 133.82. BCG is Bane or Bane like. Knew Johnny Damon, the baseball player, played for the Yankees and the Red Sox. Seems sus. It does. I'm loving the AMC divergence this past hour. Still moves on similar ticks. 16% borrow rate on IBKR. Yep. Should I exercise 680 for max leverage, then transfer the collapsed theta value into computer share? It's a big club and you ain't in it. George Carlin. Can you explain the benefit of BBBY 25C for May versus August? I can get more contracts in May. The August date eliminates theta decay. Is May far enough out, or is safety more important? That's a question you have to ask yourself, Papa Muff. You're already asking the right question, but you're asking the wrong person. I don't know anything about your personal finances. Is Head and Shoulders same like Wyckoff? No. And yes, but on a much smaller time scale. Does anyone remember the DDNSS that made a shitstorm over PwC, one of the 4 largest auditing firms, auditing a bunch of similar companies? Thankfully, I missed that one. $16.5. Dope. Daily DD. I didn't have a computer this morning, so no. You guys know that daily takes me like an hour and a half at the beginning of every day, right? Usually. Sometimes I can rush it, but generally it's like an hour and a half to 45 minutes to an hour and a half. Well, now you do. Is this week Feb OPEX delayed or March OPEX, new cycle, or futures expiration, or ETF rebalance, or what combination? Even not sure yet is fine. I think it's Feb OPEX delayed, but only being covered because of the ETF rebalance and the futures expiration. It's only like 5 hours since open and it's not posted. You're fired. Okay. Cool. I was tired of waking up early anyway. Adabit writes it for you. Don't lie. Chat, someone build PyFi a daily DD script. Did you roll your money into future GME contracts or BBBY at this moment? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not of the mindset that my money always needs to be doing something, so I would just pull my money off to the side and be patient. I like to think that when I do deploy capital, I'm doing it for a reason, besides just wanting to have some skin in the game. I didn't have a computer this morning as a code for I was selling you my covered calls in pre-market. You're just starting to sound like get it got now, turd. I don't know if I can trust the random pictures of things you send me anymore. Oof. A lot of call volume got sold off this morning, huh? Coming back up, though. Bullish. Thanks, Mando. If Gert kissing Dr. Trimbath passionately on the mouth was the catalyst for MOASS, would you do it? Yeah, I'll take one for the... Where's Gaff? I want to hear the most bearish possible scenario. I'd do it for free. I know you would, Hafro. I mean, I can't just sit here and profit off the Dans and not, you know. Yeah, right? I'd probably do a lot more for a lot less. Is there anything expected for tomorrow with GME? I don't like this. Why are you going down? Fuck you, GameStop. Go back up. The list of things I'm willing to do for MOASS is very long, but it can be summarized in one word. Anything. Is it ironic that this week's run started on T plus 21 from Feb OPEX? That's just 1 month of trading days later. You lost your EMAs with the reinstall? Oh, I did. Oh, that's fucking annoying. Fine. Give me a second. I'll bring him back. Fuck. Showing up. Huh. Uh-oh. I messed it up. See if he's selling CCs on his GME, living like a king. Probably. Are there obligations rebalancing significant FTDs or dividends affecting GME tomorrow? No. There's some dividend, but I forget which one it is. I don't think it's super important. If we close above 130, do you think tomorrow we could see another 150 test? If we close above 140, maybe. Thoughts on Baba at these prices? I'm pretty sure I'm out of Baba already. It's not terrible, but the low is like this morning would have been a good entry at one. I don't hate it at 110. I think I still have 120s on Baba, but I'm out of my 105s and my 110s. I closed those yesterday. Yeah, sub 110 isn't terrible. I'm not a big fan of like 115. I don't think it has much room beyond 130 for the short term. So a little over exuberance on the breakout there, but still looking okay. Oh, you piece of shit. That's where we said. So maybe we can close just under 138 today. Unless we get like a big push. What time is it? 2:53? It's almost power hour. Oh, no power hour video today because I don't know where it is. I have to find it. Well, chemical dependency is your favorite. Caffeine or nicotine. Yeah, can't have one without the other. You know exactly what's happening today in after hours, don't you, Girk? What? No. What are you talking about? Hey, look, my 680s are worth $420. Bullish. It couldn't even be, that couldn't be more bullish, frankly. Sing us a song for Power Hour? No. If I did Billionaire, can I listen Son? What do you mean? The audio channel for the stream is free. Everyone can join it. What happens in after hours? Should I be pulling my CCs back? I didn't say anything was happening in after hours. That guy did. You should have pulled your CCs back and we fucking IV tanked and we dropped to 126 this morning. Right? That's when you sold them at like 150, didn't you? I guess with the IV up, they didn't lose that much value, but bar rate staying high overnight is significant. No? Yes. Power Hour song. Give me your number. I'll call in and sing for you. No thanks. Chicken on a raft is for red days. Want to do that to people? It seems unusually mean. Can we at least get a coup for Power Hour? Maybe. What's gonna happen here? It's too tight. Oh. I was up till 5 in the morning setting up my computer. And then I was up at 8:30 this morning, trying to finish the setup. So I'm tired. How does assignment work for a CSP? I sold some BBY puts, 22C, April 1st. Wondering how deep in the money they would get to exercise. They probably need to go kind of deep in the money if they're for April 1st. I mean, you're gonna need to be more than like a few cents in the money. What's it trading at right now? Yeah, you're only 44 cents in the money. It's highly unlikely you'll get you'll get assigned on those. If it drops down like towards 20, maybe, but even then, it's pretty unlikely. Okay, I pulled them all back. Sold for 20 each. Bought back for 9. Nice. Fuck yeah, dude. Opinions on... Oh, it's disgusting, Walford. Control yourself. Can anyone recommend a game like The Witcher with a solid story? No. You know, the story in Cyberpunk wasn't terrible. I've never played Dying Light, but I've heard that's really good. Like, Cyberpunk was a terrible game, but the story was good. Power Hour video link and DMs. The fuck? Oh.
Five, four, three, two, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
It had a good story. It's Power Hour. It's supposed to be loud. Ah. Like slinking down on my chair too much. Like every time we run, the borrow rate spikes. I miss Stick Figure Gurk. I wonder what he's doing these days. I killed him this morning. Elden Ring is just a bad time. I want to have fun playing games. If I want pain, I'll play DayZ. Do people still play DayZ? Can you explain why going full portfolio into the top of the GME, top of the chain GME calls before end of day is a bad idea? We open tomorrow at 1:20. Did you do DD on the state of MOASS or an updated MOASS bingo? With everything going on, it would be awesome to read your analysis on MOASS likelihood. Talked about it so much. Elden Ring just has a learning curve. I never played Souls games before, but this is a new favorite. Yeah, I can't imagine it being harder than Demon Souls. Like, the last Dark Souls game was so fucking easy. It was like a complete joke. Congress just reintroduced a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. Interesting. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I don't know what any of those things you said. Well, I know what Congress is, but I don't know what Citizens United is. Have I gone too far? Probably. If you get too deep into it, it doesn't get it's not as much fun anymore. I don't know shit about fuck. I never played Sekiro. How many CCs? Moon sells like his whole port is CCs like every Friday, 15 minutes before close. Citizens United was the SCOTUS case that said companies are people when it comes to political donations. Yeah, that's horseshit. Is BBY FTD data next week? August options seem to be very cheap for Best Buy, or Bed Bath and Beyond. They're pretty cheap, and they're a little up from when I bought into them, but they're still relatively cheap. IV has spiked moderately. How about no lobbying? I think everyone can agree that lobbying is a bad thing. Corporations should not be pushing for political agenda. No trading for politicians and no lobbying. I think we'd have a much better country, right? Regardless of where you stand. Of my plans to capture T+2 hedging, should I buy calls Friday or Monday? I think Monday if I'm going to degen weeklies. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to pay overnight theta for overnight theta for a potential Tuesday run. We should be up enough. Like, we're closing up high enough above max pain right now that there's definitely some gamma exposure. But how will Nancy Pelosi feed her starving grandchildren? I don't know. I mean, she could just go get a job at a hedge fund. I already said that the best way to fix the insider trading that politicians do is you simply, and it's not just Nancy Pelosi, it's fucking all of them. You simply force them to disclose their purchase like 2 days in advance of making it. Like an insider would have to. Dark Souls 3 let me down a bit. Too many options, weapon arts. It was really pretty, and some of the bosses were bonkers. Hey, a real bounce. I'm gonna start to call BBBY Best Buy now. I mean he wrote BBBY and then BBY. BBBY is Bed Bath and Beyond. BBY is Best Buy. I am a CC god. Okay, Carl. Fucking chill your tits. No one I know cares that I coded Ryan code on my job interview yesterday. They asked me what I would make the mantra of customer service should be, and I said delight the customer. Oh boy. Well, they're gonna know who said that, right? What if they fact check you? I would never hire anybody. Puts on Carl's tatas. Guys, we're almost green. BBBB and BBY is Bed Bath and Beyond burger. It's not a dead count bounce if it goes higher than the first run, a user. I'm new here. End of day pull. No. It's too soon. It's only 3:10. We're only 10 minutes into power hour. Check DMs, Ray BBBY. $8 call, 260. Oh, cool. 260,000 premium. Nice. I have covered calls in BBBY right now. Like a lot of them at 2350. So I hope it doesn't do anything today or tomorrow. I suppose I could buy them back now that they're fucking worthless, but there's more value. I want the rest of it. Should we FOMO back in or not? Halton to close. I'm calling it now. Curious. That's an RC sized leap purchase in BBBY. It's not small, but he has to be very careful with the amount of shares he buys. Otherwise, he becomes an insider. I have 9 covered calls, almost in the money right now. Oops. I'm so greedy. Poor hour? 16.2, 100,000 shares available. What do we rip straight up, then stair step down? Shorting? Attempting to stop the run. Weak ability to short. Options don't count towards ownership, right? They do. They're borrowing some shares, but mostly they seem to be cycling them. This is where diamond handing helps. Isn't exactly the fall of the last 3 to 4 months. Nothing changed, right? MOASS still on the menu, anyone? Things are happening. You got your 500k settled funds now. Buy at market and shoot us into space. You're the whale. Why do people assume that I have $500,000? There's no proof that that screenshot was ever shared. I'm not a millionaire. I have very little money in my checking account. What happened if you dumped all your gains into 0 to 5 DTE? Would you become a 1% owner? A billionaire then. I am back above my cost basis, which is cool. What's Gamma Max at right now? 147? 50. You're not going to exercise any of your deep in the money calls. Not yet. They're not that deep in the money. Quite the shill pickle. I told you on your first day, Gaff, if you suck up to Larry Fink, he'll shower you in riches. So they won't let her run to 150 and let me get a sign this week, right? So are they shorting while rebalancing? They're edging the stock. Think of it that way, Stefan. Like the stock's ready to nut, but they're trying to stop it from happening. If they can drag it out long enough, they may win. No, some of us have standards. They won't let me on the yacht. You're missing out. You could sell the wetness in your mouth for more money than your crypto. You just have to create demand. Adult. You explain like I'm 5 if they... No, I don't want to explain anything to you, Stefan. Almost ever. If I could, I'd never explain anything to you. I've been selling 2024 cover calls, 300s, 180s. I want to slowly start buying them back, but of course they're underwater because I didn't get them back on Monday soon enough. Ideas? Wait? I don't know. Take a loss or wait. Clip the edging analogy because it makes sense to every single man now. I don't think that's something that's only applicable to men. Has anyone told you where the clitoris is? It's real. Stephen Hagen, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson. Middle top, I think. When single stock futures buying for us degens? Interesting, isn't it, Dork? Thanks, Neminator. What is the smallest hill you're willing to die on? Pineapple pizza. Han, careful. I don't want to have to send people videos of your indecency towards non-mod members like I do with Frag. It's just difficult, and you know, then I gotta sign things with HR. Stop being toxic and draw triangles. There really isn't one. It's like a lumpy triangle. Did One Chicago get shut down to keep retail from FOMOing into GME? Do you think a market crash is still happening this year? I mean, probably. 22% borrow rate. That's going to need to be confirmed. Would you eat a deep dish pineapple pizza for MOASS? No, I'd rather die poor. I told you every time we go up, the borrow rate goes up. %30 inflation. I've had blue cheese and pear pizza. Gorgonzola and pear. Not blue cheese, but it's like a blue. Yeah, I want to know where this 22% is from. Someone screenshot this shit and send it to me. Oh, okay. That is real. I don't have IBKR and I'm using the web app right now. That's a real image. Oh my. We have officially hit sneeze levels of borrow rates on the intraday. Who wins? Did Siri re-up trigger again this morning? I don't know. I didn't check. Update Reddit. Now we can draw a triangle. Might have already broken out. Yeah, we already broke out. Does the nosebleed levels of borrow rate mean that they still haven't closed on ETF obligations? What day do those obligations due? Today's the last day. It's forced buy-in MOASS time. Might be. Don't forget my other chart, right? Let's look at this on the 4 hour or the 1 hour. So if this is the peak, then we do one of these. Kind of works. Bullish. What if I do it like this? That's even more bullish. Also more accurate. But this is Wyckoff. It's not fucking Elliott waves. There's no fractals. Get the fuck out of here. If we scale the chart down, you know, it's really just not that far to like a few 100,000. This is what 6.9 million looks like. It's right here. It's like, right? Like, it's not even that far away. $6.9 million is a shill price target. I mean, I'm looking at the chart and it's like that, you know. I wish you would tell me to close or hold my 95 and 100 Cs for June. I'm in a glass case of emotion. Stop it. Stop being emotional. This money. It's not even real. I should have clipped the clip from earlier. Oh well. If GME moons, does BBBY go with it? I sure as fuck hope not. I have like 50 covered calls sold on BBBY right now. Like, I hope it at least waits a day. Here we go. Ah, yes. Borrow more shares. Girk said we weren't gonna MOASS today. This isn't MOASS yet. We're still negative. We haven't even gone green yet. We just tasted the green. Let me change your EMA settings. Do what I fucking want, right? Did I change them? I feel like I just didn't extend them out as far. It's because Gurk is a shill. I mean, I thought we established this already. Why wouldn't I shill GameStop? It makes me tons of money. It's the best. Are you gonna exercise your 680s? I saw the RC tweet. Are you worried about them stair-stepping us back down after hours? They might try. But, scared. Bar rate going up to 28% here in a minute. I'm not crying. Why would I be crying? Where's Trash? Is Trash here? Have you decided what you're going to say when you sign off for MOASS? What? No. We'll be able to tell if XRT is off reg show before tomorrow morning at open. Yeah, we'd know tonight. Give us a safe word. Tamagotchi. Did you chase this run? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, did I, Carl? So, like, how far in the money do you have to be to get assigned? Like $1 or $2? MOASS begins. Pi-Fi, so long, and thanks for all the covered calls. NYSE reg show threshold lists after 6 p.m. or sometimes later. Push. Pump it. Pump. Do we find about BBY going on reg show today? I mean, if it does, yeah, we'd find out today. Fidgeting? Yeah. My fucking leg's asleep. Almost every intraday movement all week long. Well done, man. Called this week extremely accurately. Thanks. I had a lot of time to think about it. You ask your handler at BlackRock when we go back over 200. Wow. Ooh, Alto's doing ups? Like, decent ones? Like, should I sell this garbage? Shit. No, I'll just hold it. It was not in the correct order. The fuck? I didn't change them, Stefan. I just don't have... There's only... I can only put 5 bands. And we're on a bull run, so there's no reason for me to keep like fucking 200 and 250. This picks up more, I'm going to speed them up too. That'll really blow your mind. What do you think about pineapple on pizzas? Gross. Really miss 180. Thank you for answering. I was trying to get the impression that you don't like me, but since you answered my question, I believe that you actually like me a lot. Fuck off, Moonwind. An ETF showed us from tomorrow, right? Maybe. If they've covered all their obligations. What do you think? You think they've covered all their obligations? Something. Definitely not Girk's Bull Mayo guy. Something. Definitely haven't fulfilled their obligations. Margin call incoming. I didn't say that. You did. It is likely that all the obligations are all covered up. And yet, still really borrowing a lot of shares, right? How would they be borrowing shares if they had all that free ETF liquidity? Oh, 22% you mean, Wired Monk? What is a rebate rate? It's the rebate for cash collateral. Used when you use same as cash or cash collateral to borrow shares. Possibility of GME reg show to kick the can a little more. That would be smart. CMA. Dude, thank you so much for just money. Appreciate that, man. Borrowing very expensive shares. Ugh. What? How am I not? Did you send me money? Did I miss it? I always say thank you, Han. I also tell you not to send me your money. Do it too often. No, you just always roast me. I don't always roast you. Sometimes. That's because your exuberance is too much to handle sometimes. You get very excited. Please read the bid asked to us and use it to tell us the price action. No. The one guy who figured out the audio. Mm-hmm. Remember when someone asked you what Uncle Bruce would do today, and you said he'd probably tell you to sell 140 cover calls? This is why I don't listen to him. 140.69. Let's fucking go. Pump it up. Everyone stop buying at 140.69. It's ridiculous. Why do we have to get locked up at meme prices? God damn it, Han. Exuberancy? Thank you so much, Han. You could have bought so many 510s. Cage, thank you so much, dude. I'll check your message in a minute because it clearly got censored. Thanks for all you do for the community. You've helped a lot of people make a lot of money. Educationally only, of course, so we're likely to come back down. Would taking a little profit and buy back in much lower be a good idea? Or hodl forever? Why? I mean, you can just sell covered calls and you don't have to, like, sell your shares. Keep your shares and your cost basis, and you don't create a taxable event every time you're feeling a little bit bullish. You just wrote money, Cage. You just wrote a $sign. That was the whole message. Thank you. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I feel like Han just donated to get roasted. Is that what happened? I'm not here for people's entertainment. I am the exuberance line. Are there any other EFTs you're tracking that Reg showed besides XRT? Yeah, but they're kind of inconsequential. They don't really have much GameStop in them. Where was the 22% borrow rate at? IBKR. Will halting into close give them an extra day to cover ETF obligations? Sure, if the stock's halted into close, it can delay settlement. There's a couple other ways for them to delay settlements on ETFs because of the ACH transfer times. If the deposits aren't settled, like the cash deposits or the clearing of obligations aren't settled in the ETF, it can offset the end of the ETF settlement period. That's why you get the +3, right? Like you have that like +3 at the end of the T +6 +35. It's like 2 or 3 days. This is like ACH transfer time for cash settled obligations. Now you're just being silly. I know. IBAR is still at 16.2. Do they have any shares left? When you sell a cover call, are you putting your shares at risk? Yeah. Yeah, you are. I mean, you can roll them, right? Like, you don't ever really have to get assigned. But it could cause you to, like, miss things, right? If you can't afford to buy them back or roll them forward. That's the risk on a covered call is the upside. It's not really so much the assignment. It's that, you know, the stock can keep running. And you're stuck in, like, a covered call position you can't afford to get out of. Does it even matter how much GameStop is in the ETF given sufficient capital? No and yes. I mean, like, you can only create so much per day. 100K shares left. RC about to scoop them up. Doing it. It's almost like someone told everyone this was going to happen hours ago. They'll never get my Horcruxes. What a beautiful break. Look at technical analysis finally being worthwhile. Holding 157.50, weeklies overnight. Fucking, you're out of the money. I mean, I like it. You're greedy. I don't hate it though. I can't believe we don't have a Freg song yet. Dan for hire.
give a shit about theta? It's pure science, just look at the data. Less than $30 for a 510 call, just do the fucking math, it'll make your wife's bank account crawl. And once you get that itch, open up the calculator, realize you're gonna be rich. Might just be my fiscal immaturity, the definition of financial irresponsibility. Just when you least expect it, surprise 100x gain just on your initial investment.
Why can't you admit you're in love with Freg? I am. I've never hidden that from anybody. My love for Freg is true and honest.
Show my gains to Gert like a first place ribbon on a science fair project that he didn't help me with, cause technically can't. Kung Fu, Rumpel, Dr. Something Dinosaur, Delta Strike, Eric D, Pickle Morty's hugging me, Dungston, Parks Car, Salmonella.
Give me the confidence to double down on the dip and bring my cost basis to 198, which isn't great, but is way better. Starting to feel the hopium again. Fuck yeah, man.
Black Dilla, Snow Case Saber, YG Bourbon, and that bear named Data. Wayfair, Dandelion, Walford, Danley, Wardeck Concrete, Dave of the Pigeon Whales Diet, Birdman, Buff Dan, JG, Cybernetic Construct, Hands on the Dancing Queen, Kermit, Desperate Danny, MMON, Merc the Jerk, Darkborn, Hartley here, Intellectual Comfort, Pablo, Emphazar, Delta Strike, Woe Heavy, Donkey Dick, Tri-Feed, Dead, Why, Tom and Jerry.
Let's fucking go, Gurk. Stream has helped me in ways I'll never be able to thank you for. Good, man. So give me something better, Kion Zyclone. Let's see what you got. Show us what you got. Don't talk shit if you ain't shit. I want to put my hand on you like a priest. That's why I left Catholic school. Very touchy-feely. Do you have DD that I can point people to that asks what's going on with GME without pointing them to the entire SS library? Sure, just tell them to read Book of MOASS. It explains like basically everything. And wiking off for OPEX. It's like 40 pages. It's a short summary. Yeah, I heard my name in the strong. Congrats. Are you holding your calls overnight? Looks like it. Will you and Frank still hang out at the dollar store now that they raised the prices above $1? Probably. I mean, we have platinum memberships, so we still get things for $1. If you join their platinum members club or get their black card, the price remains relatively the same. Also the perks, you know. Expect GME to get hammered tomorrow? Maybe. Just money? Just money. Thanks, Cage. I appreciate it, dude. I'm still waiting on our first Pontiff of VWAP. I assume when we cross 500. So excited. I just took my shirt off. I don't know if I'm that excited yet. That will also trigger a stream shutdown, right? That's up to the Pontiff. Vicar of VWAP sounds cooler. It sounds creepier. I hit my first in the money call. Fuck yeah, dude. If we MOASS, there'll be so many pontiffs we can have our own inquisitions, schisms, and crusades. If a share is transferred hands, buyer for every seller, does that count as one volume or two? One. How far do I have to go back in the stream to hear you predict this price action? Sometime around 1:30. Do you see spoofing going on in the order book? No. What's the current borrow rate? Higher than 10%. I don't know. I don't have it up right. I don't have anything installed on this computer yet. So Tilray squeezing up 22%. Gross. Okay, so now that today is over, not over, ending, still 3 minutes. Yeah, I've got the new GPU up and running, but I fried my hard drive, so I gotta go buy shit after this ends today. I gotta pick up another hard drive. I gotta pick up some other stuff. I'm super tired, so I may not get a lot done, but I'll try. 3080 Ti, yeah. No, I'm gonna get a disk drive too, not just an SSD. I already have M2 drives, like 4 of them. Ironically, none of them were my boot drive, which I don't even want to get into, but I don't know how that went on for a year. Time me out for the stock, Dad. You got it, Carl. Beautiful bitch. Taking one for the team. This is why Carl's a mod and a pigeon whale. $5,400 RPM. Ew. You got like 7,200 or 10,000. $14K sell flashed on Fidelity and disappeared. Huh. You see spoofing going on Dillionaires every day. But it's with a B. Spoofing. Boop. Yeah, just spoofing. Well, now it's 0 RPM. Well, yeah, because I fried the PCB. Dr. Gingerbells is spoofing gherkin it. Ding ding. Closing the day up. Oh. Hold on. Are we going to get a different closing price? I see a push for 142.69, which would be super bullish. Well, people tried. That's what matters. Finishing the day, green, borrow rate climbing into close. How exciting. What a lovely day to feel alive. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Thank you for the support and the dope hangouts. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Have a good night, guys. Sleep tight.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.